Human history, as we've been taught in schools and read in neatly packaged textbooks, feels like a solid, immovable timeline. We are told civilization began only a few thousand years ago in the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, that humanity slowly clawed its way out of caves, and that progress has been a straight, upward line leading to us, the most advanced society to ever exist. But beneath that polished story lies something darker, stranger, and far more unsettling. Cracks in the foundation of the official narrative. These cracks are not small. They are gaping holes, growing wider with each discovery, and they whisper of a past far older, far more advanced, and far more mysterious than we have ever been allowed to imagine. Imagine for a moment that everything you thought you knew about human history, from the origins of writing to the first city, from the builders of the pyramids to the inventors of astronomy, was only a fraction of the truth. Imagine that our real story stretches back tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of years further, into a realm of forgotten civilizations, lost technologies, and cataclysms so immense they reshape the earth itself. This is not science fiction. This is what the evidence, scattered across continents, is beginning to suggest. And it is this evidence, inconvenient and explosive, that has been hidden, dismissed, or outright destroyed. The question is, why? Throughout the centuries, there have always been whispers of a cover-up, tales of artifacts spirited away into private vaults, explorers silenced after reporting discoveries that did not align with accepted timelines, archaeologists ridiculed and stripped of their careers for daring to suggest that humanity's past may not be as simple as the textbooks claim. It is as though there is an invisible hand ensuring that only a carefully curated version of history is taught, while anomalies that point to a deeper truth are shoved into the shadows. But why would anyone do this? The motives, as we will explore, are as layered as the mysteries themselves. Control, power, and the fear of rewriting the entire human story. The truth is, history is not static. It is a living, breathing thing, rewritten with every new discovery. And in recent decades, discoveries have emerged that threaten to collapse the entire narrative. We are talking about ruins older than any known civilization, maps showing continents that should not have been charted, artifacts embedded in rock stratum millions of years old, and myths that appear less like imagination and more like fragmented memories of real events. Each of these anomalies on its own is shocking. Together, they form a picture too big to ignore, a picture suggesting that humanity has risen and fallen not once, but many times. Think about it. Almost every culture on Earth preserves myths of a great flood, of lost golden ages, of gods ascending from the skies to teach knowledge, of vast empires swallowed by time. For generations, these were brushed aside as stories. Yet time and again, archaeology has uncovered evidence that myths often contain a core of truth. Could be that humanity once reached heights of knowledge and sophistication, only to be nearly wiped out by cataclysmic forces, and that remnants of that forgotten age lie buried beneath our feet. As we peel back the layers, one thing becomes clear. The official timeline of history is not merely incomplete. It may be deliberately constructed to hide the truth. Institutions we trust to preserve knowledge, universities, museums, even national governments, are often the same ones accused of suppressing finds that challenge the orthodox narrative. The Smithsonian Institution, for example, has long faced allegations of hiding or destroying evidence of giant skeletons found across North America. Whether one believes these claims or not, the fact remains, many discoveries that contradict the mainstream view vanish into obscurity, never to be revisited. And yet, despite every effort to bury the truth, it keeps resurfacing. Satellite imagery reveals vast structures hidden beneath dense jungles. LiDAR scans expose sprawling cities in the Amazon, once thought to be untouched wilderness. Divers stumble upon stone ruins deep beneath the ocean. Independent researchers uncover star alignments in ancient monuments that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Piece by piece, the puzzle is forcing itself into view, no matter how tightly the gatekeepers try to shut the box. This is why now, more than ever, the cover-up is beginning to crumble. The digital age has made information harder to control. Amateur archaeologists, citizen researchers, and whistleblowers are sharing findings across the globe instantly, bypassing traditional filters. We live in a time when suppressed knowledge can no longer be locked away so easily. And as this hidden history comes to light, it does more than just change our understanding of the past. It challenges everything we believe about ourselves, our origins, our destiny, and our place in the cosmos. Ask yourself, what happens if it is proven, beyond a doubt, that humans once built civilizations tens of thousands of years ago, using technologies we can barely replicate today? What happens if evidence of advanced knowledge, lost catastrophe, is acknowledged? The implications are staggering. It would mean humanity has amnesia. It would mean we are not the pinnacle of progress, but the survivors of cycles, rising and falling again and again, with only fragments of memory left in myths and monuments. And if that is true, then our current civilization is not unique, but merely the latest in a series, which raises the most chilling question of all. Are we due for another fall? The biggest cover-up in history is not a single artifact, not a single buried city, not a single suppressed discovery. It is the cover-up of our true story. And now, as evidence mounts, that cover-up is collapsing under its own weight. The truth is coming out piece by piece, and once seen, it cannot be unseen. In this series, we will journey across the globe and through time, tracing the trail of forbidden archaeology, lost civilizations, and the silenced voices of history. We will confront the evidence that refuses to disappear, the myths that might be memories, and the whispers of an ancient past that is finally demanding to be heard. Because when the biggest cover-up in history finally crumbles, it doesn't just rewrite the past, it reshapes the future. For centuries, the story of humanity has been carefully told, retold, and shaped by institutions that hold the power to decide what is considered truth. These gatekeepers of history, universities, museums, national academies, religious institutions, and state-sponsored archaeologists are not merely passive record keepers. They are active narrators. They choose which discoveries are highlighted, which anomalies are ignored, and which questions are dismissed before they can ever challenge the accepted order. To understand the scale of the cover-up, we must first understand how this guardianship of history works, and why it has been so effective for so long. At first glance, the system seems reasonable. Scholars dedicate their lives to piecing together fragments of the past, testing evidence, and building narratives based on what can be proven. But beneath this veneer of objectivity lies a rigid hierarchy. Only those who play by the rules of orthodoxy are granted platforms, funding, or publication. A discovery that fits neatly into the established timeline is celebrated as progress. A discovery that doesn't fit, an artifact too old, a ruin too advanced, a skeleton too large, is quietly brushed aside or explained away as a hoax. In this way, the narrative is policed not by evidence, but by consensus. Consensus is the weapon of the gatekeepers. It creates the illusion of certainty, even when doubt lingers in the data. If a group of influential scholars declare, "This is impossible," then it becomes impossible, not because the evidence is lacking, but because the evidence is unwelcome. Careers are destroyed not for being wrong, but for daring to be different. The history we are taught, therefore, is not necessarily the one closest to truth, but the one most acceptable to those in control. Consider how museums function. To the average visitor, they are temples of knowledge, displaying relics of the past with authority. But what about the artifacts that never make it to the glass cases? How many discoveries sit in basements, mislabeled, forgotten, or deliberately hidden because they raise too many uncomfortable questions? Whispered accounts from former museum workers describe storage rooms filled with items that contradict the mainstream timeline. A sword from a site thousands of years older than metallurgy should allow. A fossilized human footprint beside that of a dinosaur. Tools embedded in geological layers millions of years old. These anomalies are not displayed because they shatter the fragile story carefully woven for public consumption. Governments, too, play their part. National identity often rests on history, and rewriting the past can threaten political stability. A country that prides itself on being the cradle of civilization is unlikely to welcome discoveries that suggest their culture was preceded by an older, forgotten civilization. Borders, power structures, even claims of land can hinge on archaeology. Thus, historical narratives become political tools, defended not with reason, but with censorship. It is far easier to bury an artifact than to face the chaos of rewriting maps, textbooks, and collective identity. Religious institutions, perhaps more than any other, have historically shaped what is considered acceptable history. For centuries, the Church controlled the interpretation of humanity's past, silencing voices that contradicted Scripture. Even today, vast archives hold documents, texts, and artifacts never shown to the public. The Vatican's secret library is said to contain manuscripts describing civilizations and events that predate the biblical timeline. Access is restricted to a select few, and the contents remain hidden from the world. What truths lie behind those locked doors? We may never know, unless the walls finally crack. But perhaps the most effective tool of the gatekeepers is ridicule. When an explorer, archaeologist, or researcher presents evidence that challenges a timeline, they are not merely debated, they are mocked. Fringe, pseudoscience, quackery. These labels are weapons designed to discourage curiosity. Once branded, a researcher finds funding cut, publications denied, careers ended. Others, seeing the punishment, fall silent. In this way, orthodoxy is maintained not by evidence, but by fear. And yet, cracks are forming. In the digital age, the monopoly of information has been broken. A photograph of an out-of-place artifact can spread across the world in seconds. Satellite imagery revealing hidden ruins no longer belongs only to governments. It can be analyzed by independent researchers, hobbyists, and citizen scientists. Entire communities online are dedicated to cataloging anomalies that the mainstream ignores. The gatekeepers still hold power, but the walls are weakening. The flow of forbidden knowledge is no longer a trickle. It is becoming a flood. Still, the question remains, why? Why suppress these discoveries in the first place? Is it simply a matter of protecting careers and reputations? Or is there a deeper motive? Some suggest the answer lies in control. If humanity understood that it has risen and fallen many times, that civilizations more advanced than ours have already walked this earth, the illusion of progress would shatter. The narrative of linear advancement, from primitive caveman to modern genius, would collapse, and it would collapse the authority of those who position themselves as the peak of human evolution. Power rests on the belief that the present is the pinnacle. If the past was greater, then the present is fragile. Others argue the motive is more insidious. If lost technologies, ancient sciences, or knowledge of cataclysmic cycles were revealed, humanity might begin to question not just history, but the entire system of control. Religions would falter, governments would tremble. Industries built on limited resources might face collapse if free energy or forgotten sciences were rediscovered. The gatekeepers, then, are not simply protecting history. They are protecting the world order. And so, the cover-up continues. Discoveries that should make headlines instead disappear into obscurity. Voices that should be amplified are silenced. But like sand slipping through fingers, the truth cannot be held back forever. The cracks are spreading and the pressure is building. More whistleblowers are speaking out. More suppressed documents are leaking. More researchers are risking their careers to share what they know. The gatekeepers of history have done everything in their power to maintain control, but their walls are crumbling. And once they fall, the story of humanity will be rewritten not by the few, but by all of us. Every civilization leaves traces behind, echoes of its existence buried beneath the soil or entombed in stone. Archaeologists expect to find pottery shards, primitive tools, and bones, remnants that fit neatly into the official timeline of human progress. But every so often, something surfaces that does not belong. Something that whispers from the earth a world much older, stranger, and far more advanced than we are willing to admit. These are the anomalies, objects out of place and out of time. And for those who stumble across them, they can be as frightening as they are fascinating. Imagine miners deep underground, chipping away at coal seams that formed millions of years ago. In those black layers, hardened long before humanity is said to have existed, they uncover metallic objects, precision spheres with etched grooves, or hammers encased in stone. How can human-made tools be locked inside geological layers that predate humanity itself? For the mainstream, such finds are dismissed as misidentified or natural formations. Yet eyewitness accounts and photographs remain. The Earth, it seems, guards memories we're not meant to remember. One of the most famous cases is the so-called Klerksdorp spheres, discovered in South Africa. These metallic objects, some with perfectly symmetrical grooves, were found in mineral deposits dated at over 2 billion years old. To the orthodox view, they are simply natural nodules formed through geological processes. But to others, they represent proof of advanced activity in a time when, officially, life had not progressed beyond microorganisms. Could they be the fingerprints of a civilization unimaginably ancient, one wiped so completely from history that only these enigmatic relics remain? And then there is the London hammer. In 1936, a couple walking in Texas discovered a hammer encased in stone, its handle partially fossilized. Tests suggested that the rock around the hammer was more than 100 million years old. If that dating is accurate, then the implications are staggering. Either the hammer was encased by some unknown process, or was forged in an age when humans should not have existed at all. Once again, the anomaly was explained away, the story downplayed, but the object itself endures, a silent challenge to the narrative. These are not isolated cases. Across the globe, strange artifacts have emerged from the depths. In Russia, metallic screws have been found embedded in rocks dated millions of years old. In Peru, geologists reported nails in ancient stone. In Illinois, miners unearthed a bronze bell encased in coal. Each of these discoveries, if genuine, destroys the accepted timeline. Yet each is swiftly buried under excuses or relegated to the realm of mystery curiosities. The pattern is clear. Anomalies are tolerated only if they remain entertainment. The moment they threaten the historical structure, they are dismissed. But what if these objects are more than random oddities? What if they are fragments of stories we have forgotten, the remains of cycles of civilization? Ancient myths speak of world ages, of humanity destroyed and reborn. If advanced societies once thrived on Earth millions of years ago, their traces would be all but erased by time, plate tectonics, and cataclysm. Yet some artifacts might survive, entombed in stone, waiting for miners and diggers to rediscover them. Could the anomalies be whispers of these forgotten ages, faint voices speaking through the earth itself? Skeptics often argue that such artifacts must be hoaxes or misinterpretations, and indeed, some undoubtedly are. The world of forbidden archaeology has always attracted forgeries and frauds. But even if many are fakes, not all can be explained away so easily. The sheer number of accounts, scattered across decades and continents, suggests a deeper phenomenon. The question is not whether hoaxes exist. It is whether genuine anomalies are hidden among them, ignored because they are too disruptive to accept. Consider the ancient footprints. In places like Glen Rose, Texas, fossilized human-like prints appear alongside those of dinosaurs. Mainstream science rejects these as misidentified impressions. Yet photographs and casts exist, showing what seem to be human tracks in rock strata tens of millions of years old. If authentic, they rewrite the story of life on Earth entirely. If not, why do they keep appearing in different locations, separated by thousands of miles? What is it the Earth is trying to tell us? These whispers are not only physical. They are encoded in myths and legends. Cultures across the world speak of beings who descended with knowledge, of cycles of destruction, of golden ages buried by catastrophe. Could these artifacts be the physical evidence that the stories are true? The hammer in stone, the grooves on the metallic spheres, the nails in ancient rock, each one aligns with the idea that we are not the first, but only the latest in a long chain of civilizations that have risen and fallen. The problem for the gatekeepers is that anomalies do not fade. They accumulate. Each dismissed artifact joins a growing catalog of mysteries that, when viewed together, form a damning picture. They show us that the Earth holds secrets stretching far beyond 5,000 years of written history. They suggest that our species may be far older, or that others came before us, their memory erased except for a few indestructible remnants. And most unsettling of all, they imply that our understanding of time itself, of linear progress from primitive to advanced, may be a comforting illusion. As we sift through these whispers from the earth, one truth becomes impossible to ignore. The anomalies are not accidents. They are reminders. Reminders that history is not what we have been told. Reminders that the earth is a library, and we have only read the pages we are allowed. Reminders that our past is far stranger and far more dangerous than we dare imagine. The whispers are growing louder, and as we listen, we find that they are leading us somewhere, to the ruins of forgotten worlds, to maps that chart the impossible, to evidence so overwhelming that even the gatekeepers can no longer silence it. The anomalies are not the story. They are the beginning of the story, and they point us toward a truth that, once revealed, changes everything. Long before satellites orbited Earth, before airplanes crisscrossed the skies, and before GPS placed the entire world in the palm of our hands, there were maps, fragile pieces of parchment, leather, or stone carvings. To most, they are relics of exploration, proof of humanity's slow mastery over geography. But buried within the archives of history are maps that should not exist, maps that depict continents we had not yet discovered, maps that chart coastlines still locked under ice, maps that whisper of a time when the world was known in ways we cannot yet explain. These are the maps of forgotten worlds, and they may be among the most damning pieces of evidence that our history is not what we think. The most infamous of these is the Pyre Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral using older source charts that he claimed dated back thousands of years. At first glance, it looks like a typical medieval world map. But then you notice something strange. It shows the coastline of South America with uncanny precision, far more accurate than European explorers of the time could possibly have achieved. Even more shocking, it appears to depict Antarctica, 3 centuries before its official discovery. Not only that, but the coastline is drawn without the thick ice sheets that have covered the continent for thousands of years. How could this be? Mainstream scholars insist the resemblance to Antarctica is coincidence, or that the lines are simply misinterpretations of South America. But modern cartographers who have studied the Pyre Reis map point out that the details are too precise to dismiss. It is as though the mapmaker had access to a global survey of the Earth carried out long before the rise of known civilizations. If that is true, then who made these original source maps? And when? The Pyre Reis map is not alone. The Oren's Fine map of 1531, another puzzle in ink, also depicted Antarctica with rivers and mountain ranges free of ice. Once again, it suggests knowledge of a world as it looked in the distant past, before the last great ice age ended. Then there's the Bwatch map, created in 1737, which portrays Antarctica not as a frozen wasteland, but as 2 separate land masses, something modern seismic surveys will confirm centuries later. How could 18th century mapmakers have known what lay beneath miles of ice unless they were copying from much older sources? If these were isolated curiosities, they could be dismissed as coincidences, artistic liberties, or errors. But when you find a pattern, multiple maps, across centuries, depicting land that should have been unknown, the coincidences begin to collapse. Instead, a new possibility emerges, that there once existed a civilization capable of charting the globe in ways even we, with satellites and modern tools, find extraordinary. Consider what accurate global mapping requires. You need a knowledge of longitude and latitude, a mastery of navigation, and an understanding of the Earth as a sphere. Official history tells us these concepts were only refined in the last few centuries. Yet these ancient charts seem to have already mastered them. If true, then either we are underestimating the sophistication of known civilizations, or we are glimpsing the work of a civilization lost to time. Skeptics often argue that map makers simply filled in the blanks with imagination, but the accuracy of coastlines, rivers, and mountain ranges challenges this view. Imagination rarely aligns so perfectly with reality. When the Bwatch map correctly predicted Antarctica's hidden subglacial structure, something science would not confirm until the 20th century, it pushed coincidence beyond credibility. These maps are not accidents. They are evidence. And the whispers grow louder when we realize that maps like these appear across multiple cultures. Chinese records speak of lands across vast oceans. Norse sagas describe journeys to Vinland, perhaps North America, centuries before Columbus. Polynesian navigators charted islands thousands of miles apart with uncanny accuracy, guided by star maps and traditions stretching back into the mists of time. Were these merely isolated feats of brilliance, or fragments of a once unified knowledge, preserved imperfectly through collapse and cataclysm? If there was a global civilization before the Ice Age, capable of mapping the world with near-modern precision, then the maps we hold today are more than curiosities. They are survivors. Survivors of fire, flood, and forgetting of ages. Survivors of a time when the Earth was known in ways we can barely imagine. and their survival raises a haunting question. What else might remain hidden, waiting to surface? The gatekeepers of history tend to brush these anomalies aside with tidy explanations. The Pyrie Reis map, they say, is distorted. The Bwatch map, they argue, is guesswork. Yet none of these answers address the full scope of the mystery. Why do so many independent maps hint at knowledge that should not have existed? Why do they align with modern scientific discoveries centuries later? And why do cultures separated by oceans share echoes of the same cartographic knowledge? Perhaps the maps are the clearest proof yet that humanity suffers from amnesia. We have forgotten our past, lost our records, buried our monuments, and erased our achievements in cycles of destruction. But a few fragile scraps remain. These maps are like postcards from another world, mailed across time, surviving by chance to remind us of what once was. They are evidence that the earth was surveyed when ice sheets were thin, when seas were different, when civilizations we do not remember walked the land. And so, the maps of forgotten worlds become more than curiosities in dusty archives. They are warnings. They suggest we are not the first to rise to global mastery, and we may not be the last to fall. They whisper of a cycle: discovery, mastery, destruction, and forgetting. And now, as we study them, we must decide whether to listen to what they tell us or dismiss them, as the gatekeepers do, as nothing more than coincidence. Because once you see the lines on those maps, once you recognize coastlines and continents that should not have been known, the illusion of a simple, linear history dissolves, and in its place emerges a far stranger, far older truth, that our world has been mapped before by hands we no longer remember. When most people think of ancient ruins, they picture the pyramids of Egypt, the Parthenon of Greece, or the crumbling temples of Rome. These marvels are undeniably impressive, but they belong to the last few thousand years, the narrow slice of time mainstream history recognizes as civilization. Yet scattered across the globe are ruins that laugh at this timeline. Structures so massive, so precise, and so ancient that they defy the very foundations of archaeology. These ruins whisper of builders with knowledge far beyond their supposed age. They are the ruins older than time itself, and they challenge everything we believe about human origins. One of the most mysterious is Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. Buried under a hill for thousands of years, it was only unearthed in the 1990s, and what archaeologists found sent shockwaves to the academic world. Towering T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate carvings of animals and symbols. The site has been dated to around 11,600 years ago, at the very edge of the last ice age. According to the official story, humanity at this time was supposed to be little more than wandering hunter-gatherers, barely capable of farming, let alone carving massive stones and organizing complex ritual sites. Yet here it was, a temple older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, built at a time when civilization shouldn't exist. Mainstream scholars struggle to explain Göbekli Tepe. Some claim it was a birthplace of religion, a spark that led agriculture and eventually cities. But others argue the site's sophistication suggests it was the inheritance of an even older tradition, the remnant of a lost civilization that predated the flood myths echoed across cultures. Its deliberate burial, as if someone wanted to hide or preserve it, only deepens a mystery. Who were these builders? And what knowledge did they possess that we have forgotten? Far away in Lebanon lies another enigma, Baalbek. At its core stands the Temple of Jupiter, a Roman marvel in its own right. But beneath the Roman layers are megalithic foundations that dwarf anything Rome ever built. The so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman, a single block of stone weighing over 1,000 tons, rests in a quarry nearby. Even larger blocks, some estimated at 1,600 tons, remain partly cut from a bedrock. To this day, no modern crane can lift them. How were these stones transported, raised, and fitted with such precision thousands of years ago? The Romans claim no credit. They built atop what was already there, which begs a question. Who were the true architects of Baalbek? Travel to Indonesia, and you encounter another anomaly. Gunung Padang, a hill long thought to be a natural formation until recent excavations revealed layers of stone terraces and chambers beneath. Initial dating suggested the site could be up to 20,000 years old. If true, it predates every known civilization by a staggering margin. Critics argue over the dating methods, but even the most conservative estimates push back the origins of advanced architecture thousands of years earlier than textbooks allow. The possibility that Gunung Padang represents a civilization erased by the last ice age is both thrilling and terrifying. Then there is Tiwanaku in Bolivia, with precision-cut stones and astronomical alignments, and Pumapunku, often called the most mysterious megalithic site in the world. Here, massive blocks of andesite are carved with machine-like precision, featuring interlocking cuts and smooth drill holes. To this day, engineers struggle to replicate the techniques with modern tools. Yet, according to mainstream history, these structures were built by cultures without writing, without the wheel, and without metal tools capable of such work. The explanation strains belief. Were these truly the achievements of primitive people or remnants of a lost age of technology? Skeptics dismiss such sites as exaggerated mysteries, insisting that patience, manpower, and primitive tools could explain them. But anyone standing in the shadow of these ruins feels the weight of something more. The stones speak of a knowledge that surpasses survival. They suggest an understanding of astronomy, geometry, and engineering that should not exist at such early dates. And when we connect these sites across continents, a pattern emerges. The world is littered with ruins that appear too advanced for their time, as though a global network of builders once shared knowledge across oceans we are told were impassable. Why does mainstream archaeology resist these conclusions? Because admitting these sites are older and more advanced than we think would unravel the entire narrative of human progress. If Göbekli Tepe was built by hunter-gatherers, then history books must be rewritten from scratch. If Baalbek's megaliths were raised by forgotten people, then our understanding of ancient engineering collapses. If Gunung Padang truly dates back 20,000 years, then everything we know about the dawn of civilization is wrong. These ruins are not just old, they are dangerous. Dangerous to the orthodoxy that insists civilization is young, linear, and unique. Yet the ruins stand. They cannot be explained away or hidden. Their stones are too massive, their alignments too precise, their ages too ancient. And they whisper something we cannot ignore, that humanity has forgotten its own story. Perhaps we are not the first advanced civilization, but the survivors of cycles. Perhaps these ruins are the skeletal remains of worlds lost to cataclysm, left behind as warnings to those who come after. As you walk among these stones, whether at Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, Pumapunku, or Gunung Padang, you feel the echo of something vast, a presence beyond time, a message carved into the earth itself. We were here. We knew more than you believe. And we were lost. The ruins older than time itself are not just archaeological curiosities. They are reminders. Reminders that history is fragile, memory is fleeting, and truth, no matter how deeply buried, eventually forces its way to the surface. For centuries, whispers of giants have haunted our myths, scriptures, and folklore. From the towering Nephilim of the Bible to the colossal titans of Greek legend, nearly every culture carries stories of beings who once walked the earth, beings larger, stronger, and somehow closer to the divine. Skeptics label these stories as allegory, morality tales clothed in the language of fantasy. Yet as explorers, miners, and farmers have dug into the earth over the last few hundred years, they have unearthed something that complicates the narrative. Bones. Bones far larger than those of any ordinary human. Could it be that the legends of giants are not myths at all, but faint memories of a forgotten chapter in human history? Reports of giant skeletons appear in the strangest places. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, American newspapers were filled with articles about massive remains discovered in mounds across the Midwest. Skeletons 8, 9, even 10 feet tall were said to be found buried beneath ancient earthworks, alongside artifacts of a culture unknown. Some of these accounts describe elongated skulls, double rows of teeth, or weapons far too large for ordinary men to wield. The Smithsonian Institution was often called in to investigate, and yet, curiously, many of these skeletons vanish into storage, never to be displayed. Critics dismiss these stories as journalistic exaggeration, but the sheer number of reports, often from different states and independent sources, raises uncomfortable questions. And it isn't just America. Across the world, similar discoveries echo the same story. In the deserts of Peru, elongated skulls have been unearthed that suggest beings with cranial features not found in typical humans. In the valleys of the Caucasus, bones of extraordinary size have occasionally surfaced, hinting at a race of giants lost to time. Even Native American oral traditions speak of great battles fought against a race of red-haired giants who once roamed the continent, a tale repeated by multiple tribes with uncanny consistency. Were all of these stories merely myth or fragments of memory? The Bible itself, one of the most influential texts in human history, speaks of giants in the book of Genesis. There were giants in the earth in those days. These were the Nephilim, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Scholars debate whether these words describe real beings, metaphors, or mistranslations. But when paired with the physical evidence, reports of giant skeletons and oversized weapons, the possibility of a historical basis for these beings becomes difficult to ignore. Ancient megalithic sites add to the mystery. The stone blocks at Baalbek, the precise cuts at Pumapunku, and the towering statues of Easter Island all seem to hint at builders of extraordinary strength or knowledge. Were giants the ones who moved these stones? Or were they at least part of the civilizations that engineered them? In many cases, legends tied to these sites explicitly reference giants. The people of Easter Island, for example, believe their colossal Moai statues were walked into place by great beings with supernatural power. Could these legends be distorted memories of a race of titans who live among early humans? Of course, mainstream archaeology has little patience for such claims. Giant skeletons, they argue, are either misidentified fossils of prehistoric animals, hoaxes, or exaggerations. And yes, some fakes have been exposed, often spread online as viral curiosities. But the dismissal of all evidence, even credible reports, feels less like science and more like censorship. Why is the idea of giants so threatening to the official narrative? Perhaps because their existence would unravel more than just folklore. It would challenge our very understanding of what it means to be human. If giants once existed, then questions multiply. Were they a separate species, perhaps a branch of early hominids that grew to colossal proportions? Or were they genetic hybrids, the literal offspring of humans and something other, as ancient texts suggest? Could they have been survivors of a pre-ice age civilization, taller and stronger due to conditions we no longer experience? And if they were real, what happened to them? Were they wiped out in cataclysms, hunted to extinction, or deliberately erased from history by those who came after? Some researchers propose that the legends of giants are not merely about physical size, but symbolic of advanced beings, humans who are giants in knowledge, power, and influence. But even if this interpretation softens the literal claim, the physical evidence of oversized skeletons cannot be brushed aside so easily. There is a haunting possibility that humanity once shared this world with another kind of being, one we now choose to forget. Imagine, for a moment, the world as it might have been. Vast cities rising from fertile plains, populated not only by ordinary humans, but by towering figures whose presence inspired awe and fear. Their strength could lift stones we cannot move today. Their knowledge could chart the stars, erect monuments, and leave behind legacies that still defy explanation. And yet, like so many lost chapters of history, they are gone, leaving only fragments of bone, scattered myths, and the uneasy feeling that our past is stranger than we dare admit. The giants beneath our feet, if they truly existed, force us to reconsider our place in the timeline of life on Earth. We are told that humanity stands alone, the pinnacle of evolution, with no true rivals or predecessors that match us in intelligence. But what if that is a lie? What if the ruins, the maps, and the bones all tell the same story? That we are not the first, nor the only, beings to hold dominion here, and that those who came before, the giants, were erased not by myth, but by history itself. The soil beneath us still holds secrets. Secrets of bones that may yet be uncovered. Secrets of beings who might once have walked alongside us. And until those secrets are confronted honestly, the legends of giants will remain suspended between myth and suppressed truth. They are not merely stories of the past. They are warnings that history is far larger, far deeper, and far more dangerous than we have been told. For centuries, the great Sphinx of Giza has gazed silently across the desert sands, its lion's body and human face weathered by time yet defiant in its endurance. To millions, It is simply an icon of Egypt, a tourist attraction, a postcard image of the ancient world. But to those who dig deeper, the Sphinx is something else entirely, a guardian of secrets. Secrets buried not in myth or metaphor, but literally beneath its paws, sealed within chambers the world has been told to forget. These are the forbidden chambers beneath the Sphinx, and their existence may hold the key to rewriting human history. The Sphinx itself is already an enigma. Carved from a single massive block of limestone, it is the largest monolithic statue on Earth. Officially, Egyptologists attribute it to Pharaoh Khafre around 4,500 years ago. Yet cracks appear in this story the moment we look closer. The weathering patterns on the Sphinx's body do not match mere wind erosion. They show deep vertical fissures consistent with heavy rainfall. But Egypt has not seen such rains for thousands of years. Not since the end of the Ice Age, roughly 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Could the Sphinx be far older than we are told? If so, it would place its construction in a time before official civilization even began. But the mysteries deepen when we go underground. In the 1990s, seismic surveys were carried out around the Sphinx by teams of geologists and engineers. Using ground-penetrating technology, they detected large cavities beneath the statue, chambers and tunnels, some stretching deep below the bedrock. The discovery made headlines for a moment, but was swiftly brushed aside. Egyptian authorities denied the existence of these chambers, or at least denied access to them. To this day, the official line is that there is nothing of significance beneath the Sphinx. But if that were true, why such secrecy? Ancient legends have long hinted that treasures of knowledge were hidden beneath the Sphinx. The most tantalizing of these is the so-called Hall of Records, a vast underground library said contain the wisdom of a lost civilization, perhaps even Atlantis itself. According to the account of the Greek historian Herodotus, priests of Egypt spoke of hidden vaults where sacred texts were kept, protected for future generations. Later traditions, echoed by the mystic Edgar Cayce, insisted that beneath the Sphinx lay records of humanity's forgotten origins, sealed away until the time was right for rediscovery. Skeptics dismiss these tales as fantasy, yet the seismic scans align eerily with the legends. Why would modern authorities be so reluctant to explore these chambers? Some argue it is simply bureaucracy and conservation concerns, a desire to protect the monument, but others believe the truth is more unsettling, that the chambers have already been explored, perhaps quietly, and what was found would overturn the foundations of history. Imagine if records truly existed that prove civilization is not 5,000 years old, but tens of thousands. Imagine if artifacts lay beneath the Sphinx that connected ancient Egypt with forgotten worlds across the ocean. Such revelations would shatter the narrative carefully maintained by academia. Even fragments of evidence suggest this is not an idle fantasy. In 1923, a team reportedly discovered a shaft beneath the Sphinx leading to sealed chambers, but details of the find quickly disappeared from the record. In the 1970s, the Egyptian Antiquities Organization admitted that tunnels existed but downplayed their significance. In recent decades, independent researchers and Egyptologists who have tried to press for further investigation have faced stone walls of denial. The pattern is clear. Something lies beneath the Sphinx, and someone doesn't want us to know. And yet hints slip through. Local legends among Egyptians themselves speak of subterranean passages connecting the pyramids and the Sphinx, vast networks designed not just as tombs but as repositories of knowledge. Some say the ancient builders, aware of coming cataclysms, preserved their wisdom underground, hoping it might survive the floods, earthquakes, and fires that wiped civilizations clean. The Sphinx, then, is not merely a monument. It is a sentinel, guarding humanity's oldest memory. If the Hall of Records exists, what could it contain? Perhaps maps of the world as it was before the Ice Age. Perhaps records of technologies we cannot yet imagine. Perhaps even proof that humanity's story is intertwined with beings we now dismiss as myth. Giants, gods, or visitors from beyond. The possibilities are staggering, and perhaps that is why the chambers remain forbidden. To reveal them would be to reveal truths too disruptive for the world to absorb. Still, the evidence keeps pressing forward. Every new survey, every anomalous scan, every unexplained tunnel discovered around the Giza Plateau adds weight to the possibility that something truly extraordinary lies beneath. And the longer the secrecy continues, the more suspicion grows. Because the Sphinx, silent and ancient, does not guard empty sand. It guards the greatest cover-up of all, the knowledge of who we are, where we came from, and how much we have lost. As you stand before the Sphinx, staring into eyes that have watched millennia rise and fall, you feel the weight of the secret. Beneath its paws may lie not treasure of gold, but treasure of truth. Truth that could connect the scattered anomalies of ancient maps, forgotten ruins, and tales of giants into one coherent story. That humanity is far older, far more advanced, and far more mysterious than the textbooks allow. The forbidden chambers beneath the Sphinx may never be opened in our lifetime, but the pressure is mounting, the evidence accumulating, and the cracks in the cover-up widening. And when those sealed doors finally open, the world will change forever. Because once the truth emerges from the sands of Giza, it can never be buried again. Few words in the realm of hidden history stir the imagination like Atlantis. To most, it is the ultimate lost city, a utopia swallowed by the sea, a parable of hubris recorded by Plato more than 2,000 years ago. To skeptics, it is nothing more than allegory, a myth invented by the Greek philosopher to make a moral point. Yet to seekers of forbidden history, Atlantis is not a fairy tale, but a memory of a world that once existed, advanced beyond imagination, destroyed in cataclysm, and preserved only in fragments of legend, architecture, and forbidden records. And when we trace the threads of mystery, the Sphinx, the Hall of Records, the megalithic ruins, they seem to point to a single origin, Atlantis. Plato described Atlantis in detail in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. He claimed it was a mighty island civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis, he said, possessed incredible wealth, advanced technology, and vast naval power. But more than that, Atlantis was old. According to Plato, the story was passed to the Greeks from the priests of Egypt, who claimed Atlantis had existed 9,000 years before their time. That places its destruction around 11,600 years ago, precisely at the end of the last ice age, when dramatic global climate shifts and floods transformed the Earth. The timing is no coincidence. It aligns almost perfectly with the geological evidence of massive flooding and sea level rise. For centuries, explorers have searched for Atlantis in vain. Some place it in the Mediterranean, others in the Caribbean, still others beneath the ice of Antarctica. Yet perhaps the mistake has always been in treating Atlantis as one isolated city. What if Atlantis was not a single place, but a global civilization, a culture whose fingerprints appear in the anomalies scattered across the world? The Pyre Reefs map, the megaliths of Baalbek, the precise stonework of Puma Punku, the buried sanctuaries of Göbekli Tepe. If we stop searching for Atlantis as a dot on a map, and instead recognize it as a chapter in human history erased by cataclysm, the puzzle begins to fit. The Egyptian connection is especially compelling. Plato's account originates from Solon, an Athenian lawmaker who, according to tradition, heard the story from Egyptian priests during his travels. The Egyptians themselves hinted at an older world, a first time they called Zep Tepi, the era of the gods, when civilization began anew after a great destruction. If records of Atlantis existed anywhere, it would be in Egypt. And that brings us back to the Sphinx and the Forbidden Hall of Records said to be buried beneath it. Many researchers believe these chambers contain scrolls, artifacts, or even crystal technologies that survived from Atlantis, preserved by survivors who fled the sinking island and seeded new civilizations in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and beyond. Legends across the world echo the same story. The Maya spoke of ancestors who arrived after a great flood, bringing knowledge of astronomy and agriculture. The Dogon people of Mali told of beings who came from the stars after a watery cataclysm. The Greeks, the Mesopotamians, and even the Bible's account of Noah's flood all describe a deluge that wiped out nearly everything, sparing only fragments of knowledge. Could all these tales be distorted retellings of the same event, the destruction of Atlantis? Modern science adds fuel to the fire. Around 12,000 years ago, Earth experienced a sudden warming known as the Younger Dryas period. Vast ice sheets melted, oceans rose by hundreds of feet, and coastlines were swallowed worldwide. If a great island civilization had existed on the continental shelves, areas now deep beneath the sea, it would have been obliterated its ruins buried beneath waves, its memory surviving only in myth. And yet, sonar scans of underwater structures off the coast of Japan, India, and Cuba suggest there may indeed be remnants of drowned cities, waiting quietly in the deep. The Atlantean theory is ridiculed by mainstream academia, dismissed as fantasy. But why? Perhaps because it challenges the very bedrock of our story. If Atlantis existed, then civilization is not 5,000 years old, but tens of thousands. If Atlantis existed, then the pyramids, the Sphinx, and the megaliths may not be the beginnings of culture, but the remnants of an inheritance, a legacy passed down from survivors of a forgotten golden age. And if Atlantis existed, then it proves that human history is not linear, but cyclical: rise, destruction, rebirth. But Atlantis is not just about the past. It's about us. The legend says Atlantis fell because of pride, corruption, and the misuse of technology. Its people, once noble, turned to conquest and greed. The gods, or perhaps the forces of nature itself, destroyed them in a single day and night of catastrophe. If the story is more than allegory, then it is also a warning that civilizations, no matter how advanced, are fragile when they lose harmony with the world. And so, the Atlantis connection binds together the anomalies we have uncovered so far. The ruins older than history, the giants of myth, the forbidden chambers beneath the Sphinx. They are all shards of shattered mirror, reflecting a civilization we barely remember. Atlantis is not just a city lost beneath the waves. It is a ghost of humanity's forgotten greatness, a ghost that refuses to stay buried. When we trace the story from Plato's words to Egypt's myths, from sunken ruins to ancient maps, the pattern becomes undeniable. Atlantis is not fantasy. It is memory. And like the Sphinx, it waits, a secret hidden in plain sight, ready to reemerge when the world is prepared to face the truth. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the most studied monument on Earth, and yet it remains the most misunderstood. Officially, it is a tomb built around 4,500 years ago for Pharaoh Khufu, constructed with primitive tools, sheer manpower, and remarkable patience. That is a story written in textbooks and repeated by Egyptologists. But scratch the surface, and the narrative begins to crumble, because the pyramids hold secrets so profound that if revealed, they would not only rewrite Egyptian history, but the very origins of civilization itself. First, the tomb theory collapses under scrutiny. No mummy has ever been found inside the Great Pyramid. No inscriptions identify it as Khufu's resting place. The so-called sarcophagus in the king's chamber is an empty granite box, unadorned and unfinished, unlike any royal coffin. Compare this to the lavish tombs of other pharaohs, stuffed with treasures and painted with sacred texts. The Great Pyramid is silent, devoid of hieroglyphs, its vast chambers echoing with mystery. Was it truly a tomb or something else entirely? Then there is the construction itself. The Great Pyramid contains over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, fitted with such precision that even a sheet of paper cannot slip between them. The alignment is even more astonishing. The pyramid is oriented almost perfectly to true north, with an error margin so tiny that modern compasses struggle to match it. Its base is leveled to within fractions of an inch. How could a Bronze Age society, armed only with copper chisels and ropes, achieve feats of engineering we would struggle to replicate today? Mainstream explanations rely on theories of ramps, miles-long earthen ramps supposedly used to drag the stones into place. But no trace of such ramps has ever been found, and the logistics are almost impossible. The ramp itself would have required more material than the pyramid. Other theories suggest levers, sleds, and massive workforces, but none fully explain the extraordinary precision. It is as though the builders had access to knowledge, techniques, or even technologies we no longer understand. And what of the pyramid's interior? The so-called air shafts are not random tunnels. They align with specific stars, Orion's belt, Sirius, and other celestial markers significant to ancient traditions. The pyramid seems less like a tomb and more like an astronomical machine, a monument designed to mirror the heavens. Some researchers argue it functioned as a kind of energy generator, harnessing Earth's natural frequencies through its geometry and materials. The limestone casing reflected energy, the granite core conducted it, and the shafts aligned with cosmic forces. Was the Great Pyramid not a tomb, but a power plant of the ancient world? The mysteries multiply when we consider the pyramid's mathematical precision. Its dimensions encode constants, such as pi and the golden ratio, numbers not formally discovered until thousands of years later. Its base perimeter, when compared to its height, reflects the ratio of the Earth's circumference to its radius. In other words, the pyramid is a scale model of the Earth itself. Could this be coincidence? Or did its builders possess a level of geodetic and astronomical knowledge far beyond what we credit them with? The secrets of the pyramid may also lie in what we have not yet seen. In 2017, scientists using muon tomography, a kind of cosmic ray scanning, detected a vast hidden chamber inside the Great Pyramid, previously unknown. Its purpose remains a mystery. Is it an unfinished passage, a concealed vault, or could it contain the very records Egyptologists fear, evidence that the pyramid was not built by Khufu at all, but inherited from a far older civilization? Egyptian authorities have so far restricted exploration of the chamber, fueling suspicion that its secrets are too explosive to reveal. And then there are the pyramids beyond Giza. Across Egypt and even the world, pyramid structures emerge. In Sudan, in Mexico, in China, even submerged off the coast of Japan. Though separated by oceans and continents, they share uncanny similarities in design, function, and orientation. How did cultures supposedly unconnected by trade or travel build such monuments with such precision? Were they independent coincidences, or signs of a shared legacy inherited from a lost global culture? The mainstream clings tightly to its narrative. The pyramids are tombs, nothing more. But their silence, their precision, and their cosmic alignments whisper otherwise. They are not mere monuments to dead kings. They are messages, encoded in stone, left for the future. Messages that humanity once possessed knowledge of the earth, the stars, and energy itself that has since been forgotten. Why then the secrecy? Why do authorities resist deeper exploration of hidden chambers? Why are alternative theories dismissed with ridicule, even when evidence demands attention? Perhaps because the pyramids threaten to expose the greatest cover-up of all. That history as we know it is a lie. That civilization did not begin in Egypt, but was reborn there. That the pyramids are not the first achievement of mankind, but the last echoes of a lost age, an age erased by cataclysm and concealed by gatekeepers who fear the truth. When you stand before the Great Pyramid, gazing at its massive stones rising toward the heavens, you cannot help but feel it. The sense that this monument is more than a tomb, more than a symbol of power. It is a riddle, a beacon, a message carved into the earth itself. We knew more than you are told, and we wanted you to remember. The secrets of the pyramids are not just about Egypt. They are about us, about the cycles of civilization, and about the truth that refuses to stay buried. When we think of the ancient world, we imagine primitive tools. Stone hammers, copper chisels, and wooden sledges dragged to the sand by sweating laborers. That is the image textbooks give us, an image of slow, crude progress. And yet, scattered across the ruins of antiquity are traces of something else, something that looks far more advanced than flint knives and rope, evidence of techniques, tools, and perhaps even machines that should not have existed thousands of years ago. Ancient myths call it the technology of the gods. Modern archaeology calls it impossible, but the stones tell another story. Consider Pumapunku in Bolivia, a site often dismissed as an oddity, but one that defies belief. Massive blocks of andesite, some weighing up to 130 tons, are cut with such precision that they fit together like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Some feature perfect right angles and interlocking joints that resemble the output of modern machine tools. Drill holes, smooth channels, and intricate carvings at the blocks. And yet, according to mainstream history, the culture that built Pumapunku had no metal tools, no wheels, no written language. Are we truly expected to believe this was done with stone hammers and copper chisels? Or is this a signature of lost technology, a technology forgotten because it was too far ahead of its time? Egypt, too, reveals anomalies at sites such as Abydos and Luxor, granite and diorite. Stones harder than steel have been carved with astonishing precision. Deep drill holes spiral into the rock, their symmetry suggesting the use of advanced boring tools. Saw marks line the surfaces of massive stone blocks, as though cut by machines rather than hand tools. Even within the Great Pyramid, certain cuts appear too clean, too uniform, to be the product of primitive chisels. If these were truly the tools of the ancients, then where are they? Why have no copper chisels capable of such feats been found, while the evidence of advanced cutting lies in plain sight? Across the ancient world, we see hints of knowledge that should not exist. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a Greek shipwreck, is often called the world's first computer. Dating back over 2,000 years, it used a complex system of gears to calculate astronomical positions with incredible accuracy. Mainstream scholars treat it as an isolated marvel, a fluke of genius. But what if it was not unique? What if it was merely one surviving fragment of a wider technological tradition, inherited from an even older age? Then there's the Baghdad battery. Clay jars, copper cylinders, and iron rods dating back over 2,000 years, which may have functioned as simple galvanic cells capable of producing electricity. Critics scoff, insisting they were merely storage vessels. But experimental reconstructions have shown that they can indeed produce small electrical charges. If so, then what else did the ancients know about energy, light, and power? Ancient texts themselves speak of such marvels. Indian Vedic scriptures describe Vimanas, flying chariots that traverse the skies, powered by mysterious engines. The Samarangana Sutradhara, a Sanskrit text, even outlines instructions for constructing flying machines powered by Mercury. In Egypt, legends speak of the Djed pillar, a mysterious device some interpret as a kind of electrical conductor. And in Mesoamerica, the reliefs of Palenque depict figures seemingly operating complex machinery. Are these all symbolic, or memories of lost technologies encoded in myth and art? Mainstream archaeology insists these interpretations are fantasy, the result of overactive imagination. But the physical evidence keeps gnawing at the edges of orthodoxy. The drill holes, the saw marks, the perfect stone cuts, they are not speculation. They exist, and they suggest methods far beyond primitive tools. If we allow ourselves to consider the possibility of advanced technology in the ancient world, then suddenly the impossible becomes explainable. The megaliths of Baalbek, the precision of Pumapunku, the alignments of the pyramids, all could be the legacy of a forgotten science. But where did this technology come from? Some suggest it was the invention of a lost civilization, perhaps the survivors of Atlantis, carrying fragments of knowledge across the globe. Others point to the possibility of external intervention, beings remembered as gods who shared their tools with humanity before withdrawing. The myths certainly support this. Almost every culture speaks of gods descending from the sky, bearing gifts of knowledge, architecture, and power. Were they merely human ancestors mythologized, or something more? If such technology existed, why did it vanish? Perhaps it was lost in cataclysm, destroyed along with the civilization that created it. Or perhaps it was deliberately suppressed, hidden away to prevent misuse. Consider the story of Atlantis itself, a society destroyed, according to Plato, because it abused its knowledge and power. Could it be that fragments of ancient technology were buried, sealed beneath monuments like the Sphinx, waiting for a time when humanity was ready to rediscover them? The idea of ancient high technology is ridiculed because it destabilizes the linear model of history. If the ancients were more advanced than we admit, then progress is not a straight line from cavemen to smartphones. It is a cycle: rise, mastery, destruction, forgetting. And if that is true, then we are not the first to walk this path. We may not even be the most advanced. As you walk among the ruins, tracing your hand along impossibly straight cuts in granite, standing before stones heavier than locomotives, you feel it, the hum of forgotten knowledge, the sense that the ancients were not primitive, but inheritors of a science now lost to us. They called it the technology of the gods. We call it impossible. But the stones remain, daring us to open our eyes. The question is not whether the ancients had advanced technology. The question is whether we are ready to accept what that means. Because if they did, then history as we know it is not just incomplete, it is a cover-up.
Throughout history, monuments have been dismissed as mere tombs, temples, or markers of power. But what if they were more than that? What if the ancients were not simply building for ritual or for rulers, but leaving behind a language, a code etched in stone? a universal system of symbols, alignments, and measurements designed not for the people of their own time, but for us. A message across the ages, hidden in plain sight, waiting for those who can read the language of the monuments. The first clue lies in orientation. From Egypt to Mexico, ancient monuments are aligned with incredible precision to the cardinal directions or to celestial events. The Great Pyramid of Giza faces true north with less than 3 arc-minutes of error. Stonehenge captures the rising sun at the summer solstice. The Mayan pyramids of Chichen Itza create the illusion of a serpent slithering down the stairs during the equinox. These are not accidents. They are intentional alignments, signaling that the builders were encoding astronomical knowledge into stone. The monuments are calendars, star maps, and cosmic clocks. But why go to such effort unless the message was meant to endure long after oral traditions had faded? The second layer of this language is geometry. Ancient structures embody sacred ratios, the golden mean, pi, and even square roots that define natural harmony. The Parthenon in Greece, the pyramids of Egypt, and the temples of Angkor would all embed the same ratios, creating resonance not only visually but symbolically. These numbers are not cultural accidents. They appear globally, as if humanity once spoke a shared mathematical tongue. Numbers, after all, transcend language. They are the only truly universal alphabet. Was this intentional? Were the ancients deliberately encoding truths into geometry so that, even if their spoken words were lost, the mathematics would survive? And then there are the megaliths, silent, immovable, yet perfectly placed. At sites like Karnak in France or Nabta Playa in Egypt, vast arrays of standing stones form alignments that correspond with celestial phenomena. Some researchers believe these were not just ceremonial, but instructional, giant stone textbooks teaching the rhythms of the cosmos. Others argue they are markers of energy points on Earth, part of a forgotten science of geomancy. Either way, the message is clear. These stones were positioned with meaning. They were not random. They were part of a grand design. But perhaps the most mysterious element of this language is its global consistency. Why do cultures oceans apart build pyramids? Why do serpent motifs, solar symbols, and spiral carvings appear everywhere from Ireland to the Andes? Is this evidence of independent genius, or signs of a common inheritance? The monuments seem to whisper the latter, that long before our recorded history, a global civilization shared knowledge, lost in the flood of time, but immortalized in stone. Take the Sphinx in Egypt. Its purpose remains debated, but many believe it was carved not just as a guardian of Giza, but as a symbol of time itself. The lion body aligned with the constellation Leo, staring directly east where the sun rises at the equinox. If true, the Sphinx is a marker of ages, its eroded body not just evidence of water weathering but of a forgotten timeline stretching back tens of thousands of years. In this sense, the Sphinx becomes a book, one that tells us history is far older than textbooks allow. In South America, the Nazca lines offer another form of this language. These massive geoglyphs, visible only from the sky, depict animals, spirals, and geometric forms stretched across the desert floor. Scholars argue they were ceremonial pathways. But why construct them at a scale that cannot be appreciated from the ground? Some suggest they were messages to the gods above, others that they were astronomical markers. Either way, they represent communication through monumentality, a statement that transcends human lifetimes. This raises a profound question. Were these monuments intentionally designed as time capsules? Not to store objects, but to encode knowledge in a form that could survive catastrophe. Unlike papyrus, clay tablets, or oral tradition, stone endures. A flood, an earthquake, or a burning library cannot erase the granite of Giza or the limestone of Stonehenge. Could it be that the ancients knew their world was fragile, that destruction was inevitable, and so they chose to speak to the future in the only medium that could not be silenced, stone? The suppression of this interpretation is telling. Mainstream archaeology insists monuments were mere ceremonial centers, built to honor rulers or gods. But this view reduces them to vanity projects, ignoring their deeper mathematical and astronomical functions. To admit they encode knowledge is to admit the ancients knew more than we give them credit for. And to admit that raises another dangerous possibility, that the history we are taught of a slow, linear rise from caveman to modern man is false, that there was a cycle before ours, a civilization so advanced in its knowledge of earth and sky that its only surviving words are in the monuments themselves. The monuments are not just stones. They are books, they are maps, they are warnings, and they are puzzles left for us to solve. Every alignment, every ratio, every carved symbol is a letter in a forgotten alphabet. The ancients may have lost their voices, but their monuments still speak. The question is whether we are listening. And if we learn to listen, if we truly crack the code, then we may uncover not just the wisdom of the past, but the truth of our future. Because perhaps the monuments are not only telling us where we came from, perhaps they are telling us what is coming next.
The Great Sphinx of Giza is perhaps the most enigmatic monument on Earth. Half lion, half man. Crouching silently on the desert plateau, it stares eternally east toward the rising sun. For centuries, travelers and scholars alike have stood before it, overwhelmed by its sheer size and mystery. Yet, despite its fame, the Sphinx remains one of the least understood monuments of the ancient world. Officially, it is said to have been carved around 2500 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. But beneath the surface, quite literally, the Sphinx hides secrets that may rewrite history itself. The first controversy lies in its age. Conventional Egyptologists insist it is 4,500 years old, but geological studies tell a different story. Researchers such as Dr. Robert Schoch have argued that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx are not caused primarily by wind and sand, as the mainstream claims, but by water. Deep vertical fissures and rounded weathering suggest centuries of heavy rainfall. Yet the last period of sustained rainfall in Egypt ended more than 7,000 years ago, long before the dynastic pharaohs ever ruled. If this analysis is correct, the Sphinx may be at least twice as old as textbooks claim. This possibility places its origins not with Khafre, but with an unknown and far more ancient civilization. Even the head of the Sphinx raises questions. Many experts argue it is disproportionately small compared to the massive body, suggesting it was recarved at a later time. Could the original head have been that of a lion, in keeping with the body's form, only to be reshaped into a pharaoh's visage centuries later? If so, then the Sphinx may not have been Khafre's monument at all, but a relic inherited from an earlier epoch, rebranded by later rulers. But the greatest mystery of all lies beneath the Sphinx. Ancient legends and modern science alike hint at hidden chambers buried beneath its paws. For centuries, there have been whispers of a hall of records, a subterranean library said to contain the lost wisdom of forgotten civilization, perhaps even Atlantis itself. The Greek historian Herodotus spoke of secret tunnels beneath the plateau. Arab chroniclers in the Middle Ages described doorways hidden in the body of the Sphinx. And in the 20th century, the psychic Edgar Cayce famously predicted that beneath the Sphinx's paw will be discovered a vault containing records of humanity's true origins. In the 1990s, seismic studies conducted by researchers, including Dr. Thomas DeBecke and John Anthony West, revealed anomalies beneath the Sphinx, cavities and voids that appeared to be artificial. Their results suggested the presence of a large rectangular chamber beneath the monument. Yet despite this discovery, the Egyptian authorities have resisted further investigation, citing preservation concerns. To this day, exploration of these anomalies is restricted, fueling suspicion that there is something being deliberately concealed. Why the secrecy? If there are only natural cavities, why not investigate openly and put the speculation to rest? But if the chambers contain artifacts, texts, machines, or even human remains that predate known Egyptian civilization, the consequences would be earth-shattering. Such a discovery would challenge the foundations of history, religion, and academia. It would prove that Egypt inherited its knowledge from an older source, confirming what myths and legends have suggested all along. The alignments of the Sphinx deepen the enigma. Its gaze is fixed on a horizon where the sun rises during the equinox. Some researchers argue that around 10,500 BCE, the constellation Leo would have risen directly in line with the Sphinx. If true, then the monument is not simply a guardian of Giza, but a marker of time, a clock in stone pointing back to a forgotten age. This coincides with other evidence of a great cataclysm around that date, possibly the end of the last ice age. Could the Sphinx be a survivor of that lost world, left behind as a monument to remembrance? Legends tie the Sphinx to deeper mysteries of Giza. Some say it is part of a network of underground tunnels linking the pyramids and other temples. Reports from early explorers even describe shafts and sealed doors discovered beneath the plateau. If there truly is a hidden archive beneath the Sphinx, then it may not stand alone, but as part of a vast subterranean complex. Imagine chambers filled with scrolls, artifacts, or technology that reveal the story of a forgotten civilization, a record deliberately concealed until humanity was ready to understand it. The resistance to these ideas is fierce. Egyptologists dismiss the water erosion theory, the head recarving hypothesis, and the Hall of Records as pseudoscience. But why such hostility? Is it simply academic pride, or something more deliberate? For if the Sphinx is proven to be 10,000 years old, then everything we know about the origins of civilization collapses. The story of humanity rising from primitive hunter-gatherers around 3000 BC would be exposed as a myth. A far older, far more advanced culture must have existed, and its echoes still lie beneath the sands. Stand before the Sphinx and you feel it. The weight of time, the silence of secrets. Its weathered face has watched empires rise and fall, its body buried and uncovered by shifting sands. And yet it remains, as though guarding something it refuses to give up. The Egyptians called it Shepsezank, the living image. But what image does it truly represent? A pharaoh? A lion? Or a civilization erased from memory? One cannot help but imagine what might lie beneath its paws. A chamber filled with tablets that rewrite history. A vault containing machines we cannot comprehend. Or perhaps something even stranger, a reminder that our story is not linear, but cyclical. That civilizations rise, fall, and rise again. The Sphinx may not only guard Egypt's past, it may guard humanity's future. And perhaps that is why, after thousands of years, its secrets remain sealed. Beneath the blazing deserts of Egypt, Arabia, and North Africa lies more than just sand. Buried under the shifting dunes are the remains of forgotten cities, ancient rivers, and monuments swallowed by time. For centuries, the Sahara and the desert around it were seen as barren wastelands, places where life could never have flourished. But new discoveries are forcing us to reconsider. What if these endless sands are not empty at all? What if they are tombs, not for kings, but for entire civilizations erased from history? Satellite imagery has revolutionized our understanding of the desert. What once seemed like featureless emptiness now reveals patterns, outlines of walls, geometric structures, even faint traces of roads and canals. NASA images of Sahara have shown what appears to be the beds of ancient rivers, vast networks that once turned the desert green. Archaeologists now believe that thousands of years ago, the Sahara was not a desert at all, but a fertile plain teeming with life. If true, then entire cultures may have thrived here, leaving behind settlements, temples, and knowledge that now lie buried beneath the dunes. One of the most tantalizing discoveries is the so-called lost city of Tanis, sometimes dubbed Egypt's forgotten capital. Long buried in the delta sands, it was only rediscovered in the 20th century, preserved like a ghost city with temples, statues, and streets intact. If Tanis could remain hidden for millennia beneath shallow layers of sand, imagine what still lies undetected deeper in the desert. Some researchers suggest there are dozens, perhaps hundreds, of lost cities beneath the Sahara, swallowed whole as the climate shifted. But the desert hides secrets even older. In 2000, a massive discovery was made at Nabta Playa, a site deep in the Nubian desert. Here, archaeologists uncovered a series of stone circles aligned with the stars, dating back nearly 7,000 years. That makes them older than Stonehenge, and evidence that ancient astronomers were charting the heavens from the sands of Africa long before history acknowledges advanced culture. The sophistication of these monuments suggests they were built by people with knowledge and organization far beyond what we are told existed at that time. If they could build stone observatories, what else might they have built and lost beneath the shifting dunes? Then there is the most controversial discovery of all, the Eye of the Sahara, also known as the Rikhat structure in Mauritania. From the ground, it looks like a strange geological formation, but from above, it is unmistakable. A vast circular structure, nearly 25 miles across, resembling a bullseye. Some researchers have suggested it may be the location of Atlantis, described by Plato as a concentric city destroyed by cataclysm. Mainstream geologists insist it is a natural formation, but the size, the circular design, and the evidence of ancient waterways nearby raise haunting possibilities. Could the Sahara itself conceal the ruins of Plato's lost civilization? And what are the Great Pyramids? Many believe that the three at Giza are not the only ones. Reports from early explorers mention pyramidal mounds scattered deep in the desert, unexcavated and ignored. In Sudan, along the Nile, more than 200 smaller pyramids rise from the sands, remnants of the kingdom of Kush. But what if others lie hidden further afield, their tips buried beneath centuries of shifting dunes? Satellite scans have indeed revealed anomalies shaped like pyramids in the western desert of Egypt. Some researchers claim these are natural. Others insist they are too geometric to ignore. Could these be the remnants of a forgotten pyramid field, rivaling Giza itself? The idea of civilizations lost beneath the sands challenges everything we know about history. Mainstream archaeology paints the Sahara as a desert wasteland since time immemorial, but climate studies prove otherwise. Around 10,000 years ago, it was lush and green, with lakes, rivers, and savannas. This green Sahara could have supported millions of people. When the climate shifted around 5,000 years ago, the rain ceased, the lakes dried up, and the desert swallowed everything. What was once a cradle of civilization became a graveyard of sand. If cities thrived here, their ruins are waiting, entombed in silence. Why, then, has exploration been so limited? Political instability, lack of funding, and harsh conditions are often cited. But some whisper of deliberate suppression. If excavations in the deep Sahara would uncover ruins older than Mesopotamia or Egypt, the narrative of human history would collapse. It would prove that advanced civilizations existed not 5,000 years ago, but perhaps 10,000 or even 20,000 years ago. Such a revelation would validate myths of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost worlds that mainstream scholars dismiss as fantasy. There are already hints. In 2018, researchers using radar and satellite technology discovered what appear to be buried structures beneath the sands near the Great Pyramids themselves. Rectangular anomalies stretching for hundreds of meters, possibly temples or walls, lie just beneath the surface. Yet excavation is slow, and reports are scarce. Some believe discoveries are being downplayed, hidden, or quietly classified. Could the greatest archaeological finds of all time be locked away beneath the desert, protected not by tomb doors but by silence? Standing at the edge of the Sahara, it is hard to imagine that it was once green, dotted with lakes and cities. But as the wind blows across the dunes, one feels the weight of centuries pressing down. The desert is not dead. It is sleeping. And within its depths, civilizations older than Egypt, older than Sumer, may be waiting to awaken. Perhaps this is why the ancients built their monuments in stone, aligned with the stars, placed on high ground. They knew the sands would rise, that time would erase their cities, but that some messages would endure. And maybe, just maybe, the Sphinx, the pyramids, and the stone circles of Nabta are not isolated wonders at all. They are the visible tips of a vast iceberg history, most of it still buried beneath the desert, still hidden from our eyes. And the greatest cover-up of all may not be deliberate censorship, but the silence of the sands themselves, keeping their secrets until we are ready to uncover them. Few legends have captured the human imagination like that of Atlantis. It is the story of a lost civilization, a mighty kingdom that rose to greatness only to fall in a single day and night of catastrophe, swallowed by the sea. For centuries, scholars, adventurers, and mystics have debated whether Atlantis was merely a fable or a memory, a warning from the past about the fragility of civilization. But what if Atlantis was not just myth? What if Plato's words were not allegory, but testimony? And what if its ruins still lie hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? The tale originates with Plato, the Greek philosopher, who in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias described Atlantis in detail. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, passed down to his ancestor Solon. According to Plato, Atlantis was a vast island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Its cities were built in concentric circles, Its people advanced in technology and seafaring. It was wealthy, powerful, and ambitious. But when Atlantis sought to conquer the Mediterranean, the gods punished its hubris. In a single cataclysmic event, earthquakes and floods destroyed it, sinking it beneath the waves. Mainstream historians dismiss this as allegory, a moral tale about pride and downfall. Yet the precision of Plato's description raises questions. He was meticulous, not a writer of fantasy. He gave exact measurements, geography, and details that suggest a real memory, not mere invention. Could he have been recording a story that survived the millennia, a fragment of truth preserved in myth? Evidence across the world hints that he may have. In the Atlantic Ocean itself, there are whispers of anomalies. Off the coast of the Azores, a volcanic archipelago, explorers have reported submerged stone structures, walls, and roads. Some claim these are remnants of an ancient city. Off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, divers discovered the so-called Bimini Road, a series of massive, rectangular stones forming what appears to be a submerged roadway. Mainstream scholars insist it is natural, but to many, it resembles a handiwork of human engineering, a road leading into the ocean, perhaps to a city now lost beneath the waves. Then there is the Rikat structure, or the Eye of the Sahara, in Mauritania. From above, it is strikingly similar to Plato's description of Atlantis. Concentric rings of land and water, perfectly circular, 25 miles across. Geological studies say it is natural, but its uncanny resemblance, along with evidence that rivers once flowed nearby, has fueled speculation that Atlantis may not have sunk beneath the sea at all, but was swallowed by the sands of Sahara. Could be that the cataclysm Plato described was not only flood, but desertification, wiping out an advanced culture and leaving only ruins beneath the dunes. Global myths lend weight to the idea. Nearly every ancient culture speaks of a great flood, a catastrophe that destroyed a previous age of mankind. The Sumerians told of Zeusidra, the flood survivor. The Hebrews told of Noah. The Hindus told of Manu, who escaped a cosmic deluge in a boat guided by a fish god. These stories are separated by geography, yet eerily similar in theme. Are they independent allegories or fragmented memories of a real event, preserved by survivors? If a flood did indeed sweep across the earth at the end of the last ice age, as rising seas drowned coastlines, then perhaps Atlantis was one of the great civilizations erased in that moment. Ancient ruins support this possibility. Off the coast of India, near Dwarka, divers have found submerged city structures thousands of years old. Off Japan, the Yanaguni Monument lies beneath the sea, with terraces and steps that look man-made. If advanced settlements once stood along ancient coastlines, then rising sea levels would have buried them, just as Plato described. Perhaps Atlantis is not one location, but a symbol of all the lost coastal civilizations now hidden beneath the waves. But what made Atlantis so advanced? Plato spoke of its technology and its mastery of the seas. Some theorists suggest it possessed knowledge of energy, geometry, and astronomy far beyond what we attribute to the Bronze Age. Legends of power crystals, flight, and strange machines cling to Atlantis like shadows, recorded in later esoteric traditions. Could these be echoes of real technologies, misunderstood by later generations? If so, then Atlantis may not only have existed, it may have surpassed even our own world in some respects. The question remains, why does mainstream academia resist the idea? Perhaps because to admit Atlantis existed is to admit that our current model history is wrong. It would mean acknowledging that civilization did not begin in Mesopotamia around 5,000 years ago, but has cycled through rises and falls far deeper in time. It would mean that we are not the first advanced civilization, but the latest, and it would mean the ancients were right. History is not progress, but a wheel. And what if the memory of Atlantis is not just about the past, but a warning for the future? Plato said Atlantis fell because of hubris, greed, and misuse of power. Today, as our own world faces rising seas, unstable climates, and the threat of collapse, the parallel is chilling. Could the legend of Atlantis be a mirror, showing us what happens when civilizations forget their limits? Stand on the shores of the Atlantic, gaze into the horizon, and imagine the cities that may lie beneath. Streets of marble, temples of stone, machines long rusted and broken. Imagine the silence of a once great empire, swallowed by water or buried by sand. Was it myth Was it memory? Or was it both? A story so ancient and so true that it survived only in fragments, waiting for us to listen? The truth of Atlantis may still lie hidden, but one thing is certain. The legend endures because it resonates. Deep down, we sense that our history is incomplete, that something immense has been lost. And perhaps, when the sands shift and the seas retreat, we will one day uncover the truth, and finally decide whether Atlantis was a fable or the greatest cover-up in human history. There are discoveries that rewrite textbooks, and then there are discoveries that never even make it into them. Around the world, countless archaeological finds have surfaced that do not fit into the accepted timeline of human history. They raise questions that mainstream institutions would rather bury than confront. These are forbidden discoveries, artifacts, structures, and anomalies that point to civilizations far older and more advanced than we are told existed. Each one, if acknowledged, could shatter the foundations of archaeology. But together, they form a picture too powerful to ignore. One of the most controversial examples is the discovery of advanced tools and artifacts embedded in ancient geological layers. In the 19th century, miners in California unearthed stone tools buried deep within gold-bearing gravels, strata dated to nearly 50 million years old. According to the official narrative, humans didn't exist then. The artifacts were quietly dismissed, locked away, or lost. Yet the reports survive, raising the disturbing possibility that human presence on Earth extends back far beyond accepted history. Similarly puzzling are the so-called out-of-place artifacts, or OOP arts. These are items that should not exist in their time. In 1938, in a cave in China, researchers claimed to have found the Dropa stones, disc-shaped artifacts with microscopic grooves resembling data storage. Translations of inscriptions reportedly told of beings from the sky who came to Earth thousands of years ago. Mainstream science dismissed the story, but the artifacts themselves mysteriously disappeared, leaving only photographs and scattered records. Were they hoaxes or evidence of forgotten contact between humans and something far older or stranger? Then there's the Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq. A simple clay jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod. It dates back nearly 2,000 years. When replicated, it produces an electrical charge. Was it an ancient galvanic cell used for electroplating or rituals? If so, it suggests the ancients harnessed electricity long before modern science. And this is just one of many examples. From the Antikythera mechanism, an intricate Greek device for tracking celestial events, to mysterious quartz crystals and precision-cut stone artifacts, the evidence piles up. Advanced knowledge existed in the ancient world, knowledge we are only now beginning to rediscover. The most haunting forbidden discoveries, however, are not artifacts but structures. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, high in the Andes, massive stone blocks weighing up to 130 tons are carved with impossible precision. Perfect interlocking joints, smooth drill holes, and right angles so exact they defy explanation with primitive tools. According to mainstream archaeology, these were built by the Tiwanaku people around 500 CE, without wheels, steel tools, or written language. But the craftsmanship suggests something more, perhaps a legacy of an older, unknown civilization whose techniques have been forgotten. In Egypt, anomalies abound as well. Beneath the sand of Saqqara lies the Serapeum, an underground labyrinth of tunnels housing enormous granite sarcophagi, each weighing up to 70 tons. The precision with which they were cut is beyond explanation using copper chisels. What was their purpose? Why were they sealed in darkness? And who possessed the skill to carve such massive monuments with machine-like perfection thousands of years ago? These questions remain unanswered, and often unasked by those who fear the implications. Even more shocking are the accounts of discoveries that vanish as quickly as they appear. In the 1940s, reports surfaced of giant skeletons unearthed in North America, some over 10 feet tall, often associated with ancient burial mounds. Newspapers covered the finds, but soon after, the Smithsonian and other institutions reportedly removed or suppressed the evidence. Officially, such skeletons never existed. Unofficially, whispers suggest that they were real, and that they threatened the carefully constructed timeline of human evolution. Why would these finds be hidden? Some argue that they are hoaxes, misinterpretations, or exaggerations, but others suggest a deeper motive. If humanity's past is far older and more advanced than accepted, then entire academic fields would be overturned. Funding, reputations, and authority would crumble. It is easier, safer, to ignore the evidence than confront it. To admit forbidden discoveries is to admit that history, as we know it, is a lie. And yet, these discoveries continue to surface. In South Africa, researchers have found vast stone ruins stretching across hundreds of miles, possibly dating back 200,000 years. Some believe they are remnants of the oldest known civilization, one that may have mastered energy through sound or magnetism. In Turkey at Göbekli Tepe, a massive temple complex was uncovered dating to 12,000 years ago, twice as old as Stonehenge. Carved with intricate animal reliefs and megalithic pillars, it proves advanced societies existed far earlier than we imagined. If Göbekli Tepe remained buried for so long, how many other monumental sites still lie hidden? Each forbidden discovery is a thread, and when woven together, they tell a story of lost ages, advanced technologies, and civilizations wiped from memory. The official narrative insists humanity's rise is linear, from primitive hunter-gatherers to modern civilization. But the evidence suggests something cyclical, great civilizations rising, thriving, and falling into ruin, leaving only fragments behind. The sands, the seas, and the soil bury their secrets, but not forever. The question is not whether forbidden discoveries exist. They do. The question is why we are not allowed to know. Perhaps the greatest cover-up in history is not the concealment of single artifacts, but the suppression of a truth too immense, too paradigm-shattering to accept, that we are not the first, that humanity has lived through epochs of brilliance and collapse, time and again, and that our past is far more mysterious than our textbooks dare admit. Across the dusty plains of North America, deep within burial mounds and hidden chambers, a mystery once stirred that could have rewritten human history. For more than a century, reports surface of skeletons unlike any others, men and women of enormous stature, some said to stand 8, 9, even 12 feet tall in life. Their bones were found alongside tools, weapons, and ornaments that suggested not primitive hunters, but members of an ancient and forgotten race. And yet, almost as quickly as these discoveries were made, they vanished. The skeletons disappeared into private collections, government vaults, or simply into silence. What happened to them? And why has mainstream archaeology worked so hard to erase their existence? The story begins in the 19th century, when settlers and amateur archaeologists began excavating Native American burial mounds across the Midwest and beyond. These earthen structures dotted the landscape, remnants of ancient cultures long predating European arrival. Inside, explorers uncovered astonishing finds, elaborate artifacts, copper ornaments, ceremonial pipes, and occasionally skeletons of unusual size. Newspapers of the era reported the discoveries with breathless wonder. Headlines spoke of giant bones unearthed in Ohio, Wisconsin, Tennessee, and elsewhere. Some accounts described jawbones that could fit over a man's face, femurs as long as a human torso, skulls with double rows of teeth. These were not isolated incidents. By the late 1800s, dozens of such reports had circulated, many documented in local newspapers and regional historical records. The Smithsonian Institution itself even recorded excavations of giant skeletons in its early annual reports. But as the years passed, a strange shift occurred. The reports dwindled, the artifacts disappeared, and the official position hardened. There were no giants in America and never had been. Skeptics argue that the stories were exaggerated, misidentified, or simply fabrications of a less rigorous era of journalism. They suggest that large skeletons may have been those of individuals with gigantism, or that mismeasurements and folklore colored the reports. Yet the consistency of the accounts, spread across states and decades, is difficult to dismiss. Too many independent excavations told the same story. Skeletons far larger than modern humans, buried with reverence, often in association with Native American mound builder cultures. The real controversy lies in the alleged cover-up. Researchers and alternative historians point to the Smithsonian Institution as the key player. As the central authority for American archaeology in the 19th and 20th centuries, the Smithsonian oversaw countless excavations of burial mounds. But critics allege that whenever giant skeletons were uncovered, they were quietly removed and never displayed. Theories abound. Perhaps the bones contradicted the official narrative of human history, or perhaps they threatened the prevailing view of Native American origins and migrations. Acknowledging giants would mean admitting the existence of an unknown chapter of prehistory, one that could not be easily explained. Whispers of suppression extend beyond America. Around the world, tales of giants appear in mythology, folklore, and archaeology. In South America, reports exist of massive skeletons found in Ecuador and Peru. In Asia, similar stories emerge from China and the Middle East. The Bible itself speaks of the Nephilim, giants in the earth who lived before the Great Flood. The Greeks told of the Titans, enormous beings who once ruled the world. The Norse sagas speak of Jotnar, the giant race. Could these myths be cultural memories of a real phenomenon, a race of giants who walked the earth in ages past? Consider the Native American oral traditions. Many tribes, from the Paiute to the Cherokee, tell of a race of giant beings who once lived on the continent. The Paiute legend speaks of the Ctsh, red-haired giants who were enemies of the tribes and were eventually destroyed. When explorers investigated Lovelock Cave in Nevada in the early 20th century, they reportedly found giant-sized sandals, bones, and artifacts consistent with the legend. Skeptics say the remains were misidentified, but believers argue this is another example of inconvenient evidence being brushed aside. If the giant skeletons were real, what does that mean for our understanding of history? It would imply that humanity was once far more diverse than we are taught, with races and lineages now erased. It would suggest that our species has forgotten an entire branch of its past, one that may have coexisted with or even dominated early human societies. The tools and burial goods found with these skeletons indicate not mindless brutes, but intelligent beings, capable of culture, craftsmanship, and warfare. Why would such a truth be hidden? Some suggest it undermines the carefully constructed timeline of human evolution. Others believe it challenges religious and political narratives that shape the modern world. Admitting giants existed would force us to question every myth, every sacred text, and every assumption about who we are. It could destabilize both science and faith, uniting them in uncomfortable ways. Today, researchers continue to hunt for evidence. Some claim to have photographs of giant bones from forgotten museum archives. Others scour old newspapers and county records for overlooked reports. In the age of the internet, stories of giants resurface constantly, fueled by both believers and skeptics. Yet the physical proof, the bones themselves, remains elusive. Whether destroyed, hidden, or simply lost, the remains that could confirm or deny the story of ancient giants remain beyond reach. And so, the mystery endures. Were the giant skeletons real? And if so, what became of them? Were they anomalies of nature or evidence of a lost race erased from memory? Did the Smithsonian and other institutions actively cover up their existence? Or did they vanish through neglect and time? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Perhaps giants did walk the earth, their bones now crumbled to dust, their memory preserved only in myth and rumor. Or perhaps the greatest cover-up in history is not that the skeletons disappeared, but that we refuse to look deeper, afraid of what we might find if we uncover bones of a forgotten age. When we think of advanced technology, we imagine the modern world, skyscrapers, airplanes, satellites, and computers. But scattered across the ruins of the ancient world are whispers of something far stranger, evidence that civilizations thousands of years ago may have possessed knowledge and abilities that rival or even surpass our own. This is a mystery of ancient high technology, tools and techniques that should not have existed in the ages they are found, yet undeniably leave their mark in stone, metal, and legend. Take the pyramids of Egypt, for example. Mainstream archaeology tells us they were built with copper chisels, wooden sleds, and sheer manpower. Yet the precision of the Great Pyramid defies explanation. Its base is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. Its stones, some weighing 70 tons, were transported from quarries hundreds of miles away. Joints between blocks are so tight that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. Could such feats really have been achieved with primitive tools? Or is there something missing from the story? The mystery deepens when we look beyond Egypt. In South America, at sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia, massive stone blocks are cut with machine-like precision. Some feature perfect 90-degree angles, intricate interlocking designs, and drill holes that modern engineers admit will be difficult to replicate even today. The blocks are made of diorite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, which cannot be cut with copper or bronze tools. So how are they shaped? The conventional answer is with stone hammers and patience. But those who have tried know it is virtually impossible. Something more advanced must have been at play. One theory suggests that the ancients mastered lost techniques of sound or vibration. Legends from Egypt speak of priests using chants and tones to move massive blocks as if they were weightless. Tibetan monks are said to have used drums and horns to levitate stones up cliffs. Modern science has shown that sound can indeed manipulate matter, a field known as cymatics. Could the ancients have discovered acoustic technology, a way to harness resonance to cut, shape, and move stone? If so, it would explain the seemingly impossible feats of megalithic construction found worldwide. Metalwork also tells a story of forgotten knowledge. In India, the iron pillar of Delhi stands as a marvel, a 1,600-year-old column that has resisted rust and corrosion despite centuries of exposure. Modern metallurgists admit the technique used to create a protective alloy is beyond what was common in its time. In Peru, golden artifacts exhibit purity and craftsmanship, suggesting advanced smelting techniques. And in Iraq, the Baghdad battery hints that electricity may have been harnessed millennia before Benjamin Franklin flew his kite. Were these isolated anomalies or traces of a lost global knowledge of chemistry and energy? Even more mysterious are the so-called ancient machines. The most famous is the Antikythera mechanism, pulled from a Greek shipwreck over 2,000 years old. This device contains intricate gears capable of predicting eclipses and tracking celestial cycles with astounding accuracy. For decades, it was dismissed as impossible, until modern X-rays proved it was real. Some have called it the world's first computer. If such a device could exist in ancient Greece, what other technologies might have been lost to time? Legends from around the world speak of fire from the gods, chariots of the sky, and weapons of thunder. In India's Vedic text, the Mahabharata describes flying machines called vimanas and devastating weapons that sound eerily like nuclear blasts, with blinding light, scorching heat, and fallout that poison survivors. Skeptics call this poetic exaggeration. But in places like Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, archaeologists discovered skeletal remains with unusually high radiation levels and melted stones resembling vitrification, the kind of effect produced by extreme heat. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of lost weaponry beyond our comprehension? Even the maps of antiquity raise questions. The Pyrie Reis map of 1513, drawn from older sources, shows the coast of Antarctica without ice, a condition that has not existed for thousands of years. How could cartographers have known such details unless they inherited knowledge from an advanced, seafaring civilization? This suggests not only advanced navigation, but also a global awareness far beyond what history allows. If ancient high technology did exist, what became of it? One possibility is that natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, and climate shifts destroyed the civilizations that possessed it. Another is that such knowledge was guarded by priesthoods and elites, passed down only in fragments as myths and symbols. Perhaps what we call magic or miracle in ancient texts is simply misunderstood science, encrypted in allegory to survive the ages. But perhaps the most unsettling idea is that this technology has not been lost at all, only hidden. Some researchers suggest that secret societies, governments, or institutions like the Vatican Library or the Smithsonian may still possess artifacts and knowledge from the ancient world. If true, then the greatest cover-up in history is not that we forgot, but that we were never allowed to remember. What makes this mystery so compelling is the contrast it forces us to confront. On the one hand, we are told that our ancestors were primitive, struggling to survive with basic tools. On the other hand, we see evidence of engineering, astronomy, and science that rivals our own. Which is true? Or is history not a straight line of progress, but a cycle? Civilizations rising, achieving greatness, and then falling, leaving only fragments of their brilliance behind? When you stand before the Great Pyramid, the Iron Pillar, or the stones of Pumapunku, you feel it, the weight of something far greater than simple hammers and chisels. You feel the echo of a forgotten age, an age when humanity may have reached heights we can scarcely imagine. And if that knowledge once existed, perhaps it still does, waiting, hidden in the ruins, in the myths, and in the forbidden discoveries that continue to surface. Since the dawn of time, humanity has looked to the heavens in search of meaning. But what if the ancients did more than simply gaze at the stars? Across the world, ancient civilizations constructed monuments, calendars, and sacred sites with astonishing astronomical precision. From the alignment of pyramids to the placement of stone circles, the evidence suggests that our ancestors not only tracked the skies, but understood complex celestial cycles that modern science only rediscovered in recent centuries. How could cultures, supposedly primitive, have possessed such advanced astronomical knowledge? And what does it mean for the story of human history? Let us begin with Egypt, the land of the pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned almost perfectly with true north, a feat that would require advanced surveying tools and astronomical observation. Scholars believe the ancient Egyptians aligned it with the pole star, or perhaps with certain constellations. More intriguingly, the layout of the three pyramids at Giza mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt, a celestial connection that may symbolize the god Osiris, lord of the afterlife. Was this merely symbolic architecture, or evidence of a lost scientific tradition in which the heavens and the earth were seen as mirrors of one another? Travel west, and we find Stonehenge in England, a ring of massive stones erected more than 4,000 years ago. Archaeologists once dismissed it as a simple ceremonial site, but closer study revealed that its stones align with the solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. On the summer solstice, the sun rises precisely over the heel stone, creating a dramatic alignment still celebrated today. Some researchers argue that Stonehenge functioned as an ancient observatory, capable of predicting eclipses and tracking celestial movements with remarkable accuracy. If so, it was not just a temple, it was a scientific instrument carved in stone. Further east, in Central America, the Maya built vast temples aligned with the movements of Venus. They tracked its cycle with such accuracy that their predictions rivaled those of modern astronomy. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Mayan books, records detailed astronomical tables, including solar eclipses and planetary movements. The Maya even developed a calendar system so precise it calculated the solar year to within a fraction of a day. And yet, this knowledge emerged from a society that mainstream history calls primitive. How did they achieve such precision? In South America, at the high-altitude city of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, we find a Calacicaya temple whose megalithic walls align with solstices and equinoxes. Some researchers claim the temple was used to mark solar and lunar cycles thousands of years ago. The nearby Gate of the Sun, a massive carved monolith, features an enigmatic calendar-like design that may encode astronomical cycles stretching back millennia. If true, Tiwanaku's builders were not only stargazers but master astronomers, capable of mapping the heavens with stone. Even more shocking is the ancient Indian knowledge preserved in the Vedic texts. The Rig Veda and other scriptures describe celestial alignments, planetary movements, and cosmic cycles in staggering detail. Some scholars argue that references to astronomical phenomena in these texts place their origins far earlier than the accepted timeline, possibly stretching back 10,000 years or more. The concept of the Yuga cycles, vast cosmic ages spanning tens of thousands of years, suggests a deep awareness of time on a scale we rarely consider today. Were these poetic metaphors or fragments of an ancient science now forgotten? Consider also the mysterious Nazca lines in Peru. From the ground, they appear as simple grooves etched into the desert, but from above, they form giant geoglyphs, animals, shapes, and straight lines stretching for miles. Many of these lines align with solstices, equinoxes, and constellations. Were they giant astronomical markers, created to communicate with the heavens or track the stars? The scale of the lines suggests they were meant to be seen from the sky, a puzzling fact, unless the builders possess a very different perspective on the cosmos. One of the most baffling examples of ancient astronomical precision comes from Nabta Playa, deep in the Nubian desert of Egypt. There, archaeologists uncovered a stone circle more than 7,000 years old, centuries older than Stonehenge. Its stones align with the rising of Sirius and with the solstices, suggesting it functioned as an early calendar. This implies that before Egypt even had pharaohs, people in the desert were already charting the skies. What inspired them to watch the heavens so carefully? And why was this knowledge so central to their lives? Across cultures, a pattern emerges. The stars were not simply symbols, but guides. They shaped calendars, agriculture, rituals, and even architecture. But the level of sophistication raises troubling questions. Did ancient people develop this knowledge independently, through generations of observation? Or did they inherit it from a source, perhaps a lost civilization, now erased from memory? Some researchers argue that the uniformity of astronomical alignments worldwide hints at a shared origin, a common teacher that passed this wisdom across the globe. If such a source existed, what became of it? Mainstream scholars argue that ancient astronomy was simply the result of careful sky watching over centuries. But alternative theories suggest that a global network of knowledge once existed, one destroyed in a cataclysm, leaving only fragments behind. Legends of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost worlds may encode the memory of this forgotten science. The implications are profound. If ancient cultures possess advanced astronomical knowledge, then history is not a story of steady progress, but of rise, collapse, and rediscovery. We may be the inheritors of knowledge far older than we realize, passed down through myth, architecture, and sacred tradition. And if they knew the stars so well, what else might they have known about energy, cycles of catastrophe, or the destiny of humanity itself? Stand at Stonehenge on the solstice, or at Giza under Orion's belt, and you feel it. The connection between earth and sky, a harmony written in stone. The ancients were not simply dreamers. They were scientists, philosophers, and visionaries. They saw the cosmos as a vast clock, and they built their lives around its rhythms. Perhaps the greatest cover-up in history is not just that they possess this knowledge, but that we have forgotten it, and that we are only now beginning to remember. Human history, as taught in schools, is portrayed as a straight line. Primitive hunters evolve into farmers, farmers into city builders, and city builders into the modern world. But the earth itself tells a different story. A story of cycles, of creation and destruction, of civilizations rising to greatness only to be wiped out in sudden catastrophe. From fire and flood to ice and impact, the fingerprint of cataclysm are everywhere. And when we look closely, the evidence suggests that humanity has been reset not once, but multiple times, leaving us with only fragments of forgotten ages. Let's start with the most famous cataclysm of all, the Great Flood. Nearly every ancient culture speaks of it. The Mesopotamians told us Isidra, saved from the deluge in a great boat. The Bible recounts the story of Noah. Hindu texts speak of Manu, warned by a fish to build a vessel. Even Native American tribes recall a flood that swallowed the world. Are these independent myths, or memories of a real event passed down through oral tradition? Geological evidence points to a sudden rise in sea levels around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, when melting glaciers raised oceans by hundreds of feet. Coastlines vanished. Entire landmasses drowned. If civilizations had flourished along those ancient shores, they would now be buried beneath the sea. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis takes this further. Around 12,800 years ago, scientists believe a comet or asteroid struck the Earth, triggering wildfires, abrupt climate change, and mass extinctions. Evidence of this is found in layers of black sediment filled with nanodiamonds and iridium, materials linked to cosmic impacts. The event coincides with the sudden cooling of the planet, the disappearance of the mammoths, and the collapse of early human cultures like the Clovis people in North America. If a global catastrophe struck then, could it also have destroyed an advanced civilization, one remembered only in myths of Atlantis and the lost Golden Age? But fire from the skies is only one of many resets. Volcanic eruptions have repeatedly reshaped history. The eruption of Thera around 1600 BC devastated the Minoan civilization, possibly inspiring the legend of Atlantis itself. Krakatoa, Tambora, and Vesuvius each unleashed destruction that erased entire cities and altered global climates. Imagine an even larger eruption in deep prehistory, one capable of wiping out civilizations whose memory is now buried under ash and lava. Earthquakes, too, have toppled empires. Ancient texts from Egypt and Mesopotamia describe the ground splitting open, cities swallowed whole. The destruction of Helike in Greece in 373 BC is a historical example, A thriving city plunged beneath the sea in a single night after a massive quake. If small-scale events could erase cities so thoroughly, what might larger, older ones have erased? Civilizations we no longer even remember? Then there are the ice ages. For most of human existence, the Earth has been locked in cycles of freezing and thawing. During glacial periods, vast regions were uninhabitable, while others flourished. When the ice melted, coastlines shifted, climates changed, and populations were displaced. Archaeologists acknowledge that rising seas after the last ice age drowned over 10 million square miles of land. Imagine the cities, temples, and monuments that once stood there, now hidden beneath the oceans. Could the ruins off the coast of Japan, India, and the Bahamas be the surviving tips of this sunken world? The pattern is clear. Earth is not stable. It is dynamic, violent, and unforgiving. Civilizations rise, but nature, through flood, fire, ice, or impact, can erase them in an instant. Mainstream archaeology tends to minimize this possibility, preferring a steady, gradualist model of history. But the evidence suggests otherwise. Ancient cultures knew it too. Myths of floods, fire, destruction, and cyclical ages appear everywhere. The Aztecs believed the world had already ended 4 times, each age destroyed by a different element. The Hindus spoke of yugas, vast cycles in which civilizations rise, fall, and are reborn. The Greeks told of golden, silver, bronze, and iron ages, each worse than the last. These were not just stories. They were warnings. So why does modern history resist this idea? Because it changes everything. If humanity has been reset before, then we are not the first advanced civilization, but the latest. Our ancestors may have inherited fragments of knowledge, astronomy, engineering, mythology, from survivors of previous worlds. The pyramids, Stonehenge, Tiwanaku, and other ancient sites may not be the beginnings of civilization, but its echoes. This also raises unsettling questions for our future. If the Earth has destroyed advanced societies before, could it do so again? Science acknowledges a possibility. Asteroid impacts are inevitable over long timescales. Supervolcanoes still rumble beneath the crust, and climate shifts threaten global stability. In many ways, our modern world is more vulnerable than those of the past, dependent on fragile networks of technology, power, and supply. A single catastrophic event could collapse it overnight, resetting the cycle once more. Perhaps this is why ancient knowledge was encoded in myths, calendars, and monuments. They were not just stories or temples, but warnings carved in stone, messages to the future. We were here. We knew the stars. We knew the cycles. Beware, for it will happen again. If this is true, then ignoring these messages is the greatest mistake humanity could make. Look into the depths of myth, geology, and archaeology, and you see the pattern. Civilizations rise, the earth resets, and survivors begin again. The question is not whether this happened in the past. The evidence is overwhelming. The question is whether we, too, are standing on the edge of the next great reset. History, as we are taught, feels absolute. The textbooks, the museum plaques, the classroom lectures, all present the past as a neat, linear progression from primitive caves to modern skyscrapers. But history is not a neutral science. It is a story, and like any story, it can be edited, revised, and even censored. When we begin to examine who writes history, who controls the narrative, and why certain discoveries are buried while others are celebrated, we uncover a troubling truth. The past has been manipulated. Take, for instance, the suppression of ancient anomalies. When archaeologists discover artifacts or structures that don't fit the accepted timeline, they are often dismissed as hoaxes out of context or simply ignored. Consider the 400,000-year-old spheres found in South Africa, perfectly balanced and grooved. Mainstream science labels them natural formations, yet metallurgists argue they show signs of intelligent shaping. In Mexico, figurines depicting dinosaurs were unearthed at Acambaro. Too controversial, they were brushed aside as frauds, but if authentic, they would rewrite the entire narrative of human history. Why is the response not deeper investigation, but silence? Power plays a central role. For centuries, empires, monarchies, and religious institutions have used history as a tool of control. In medieval Europe, the Catholic Church dictated which books could be read, which knowledge could be studied, and which heretical texts were burned. The result? Centuries of lost science, lost philosophy, and lost cultural memory. The Dark Ages were not merely a period of ignorance, but of enforced ignorance, where history was reshaped to serve authority. Could the same dynamic still be operating today? Hidden beneath the polished veneer of academia, colonialism also distorted the story of the past. European explorers arriving in Africa, Asia, and the Americas encountered vast ruins, advanced knowledge, and complex societies. Yet their reports often framed indigenous peoples as savages, incapable of such feats. The implication was clear. These monuments must have been built by outsiders or not advanced at all. This served the colonial narrative of superiority, erasing the true achievements of ancient cultures. Even now, many discoveries, from the Olmec colossal heads in Mexico to the intricate stonework of Great Zimbabwe, remain underappreciated or misrepresented. The manipulation of history is not just ancient, it is ongoing. Then there is the issue of chronological censorship. The official timeline of human civilization is tightly guarded. Archaeology insists that organized civilization began around 6,000 years ago, with Sumer. But what happens when discoveries suggest something far older? Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey is one such site, a massive ceremonial complex dating back 12,000 years, complete with advanced stone carving. Its very existence shattered the old model, forcing a reluctant revision. If such a site could exist, how many more are buried, ignored, or undiscovered? And why did it take decades for Göbekli Tepe to be recognized as genuine? The manipulation isn't always deliberate suppression. Sometimes it's a matter of funding and prestige. Archaeologists who challenge mainstream theories risk losing grants, tenure, and careers. A researcher who claims evidence for a lost civilization is often ridiculed, not debated. The academic system rewards conformity, not bold exploration. This creates a culture where anomalies are quietly buried, and only discoveries that fit the accepted framework are celebrated. In this way, history is curated, and the inconvenient pieces are left out of the puzzle. But why manipulate history at all? The answer lies in power, identity, and control. History shapes who we believe we are, where we came from, and what we are capable of. If humanity once possessed advanced knowledge and then lost it, it would challenge a narrative of linear progress. It would imply that our modern civilization is not unique, but merely the latest cycle. This, in turn, would force us to confront uncomfortable questions about vulnerability, survival, and destiny. By keeping the story simple, primitive to modern, cave computer, the illusion of control is maintained. Consider the case of Atlantis. Plato's account describes a great civilization destroyed in a single day and night of catastrophe. For centuries, mainstream scholars dismissed it as myth. Yet the story has uncanny parallels with geological evidence of sudden flooding around 12,000 years ago. Why is the possibility of a historical Atlantis treated with ridicule? Because accepting it would demand a rewriting of history on a global scale, one that acknowledges advanced civilizations long before the accepted timeline. The ridicule is not accidental. It is a defense mechanism to protect the narrative. Technology adds another layer. Today, vast digital archives of ancient manuscripts, maps, and records exist, yet access is limited, controlled by universities, governments, and elite institutions. The Vatican Library alone holds hundreds of thousands of texts, many never seen by the public. What forgotten histories lie in those pages? What knowledge remains hidden in classified archives, dismissed as too disruptive for the public to know? The manipulation of history is not always about lies. Sometimes it's about selective silence. And let's not forget propaganda. In the modern era, history is weaponized by nations to foster identity, justify actions, and shape the future. Textbooks differ across countries, with each telling a version of the past that flatters its own people. If the manipulation of recent history is so blatant, why should we assume that ancient history has been spared? The deeper we look, the more we see that history is not a fixed truth, but a battlefield of narratives. In the end, the manipulation of history is perhaps the greatest cover-up of all, because it hides not just artifacts or sites, but our true identity, who we are, where we came from, and what we might be capable of if we remembered. By silencing anomalies, ridiculing alternative theories, and enforcing a narrow timeline. The gatekeepers of history maintain control. But cracks are forming in the narrative. Discoveries like Göbekli Tepe, the Antikythera mechanism, and submerged ruins challenge the story, forcing the truth to emerge piece by piece. The real question is, how much longer can the official version hold before it collapses under the weight of its contradictions? The oceans cover more than 70% of our planet, and yet we have explored only a fraction of them. The sea is both a barrier and a vault, a place that hides secrets too vast to comprehend. If ancient civilizations once thrived along coastlines, then the rising seas after the last ice age would have swallowed them whole. Millions of square miles of land are now underwater, and with them, perhaps the greatest ruins of lost worlds. Mainstream history insists that civilization began around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. But what if much older cities once existed? Cities that now lie beneath the waves, forgotten? Across the globe, divers, fishermen, explorers have stumbled upon megaliths, roads, and structures deep below the surface. Each discovery chips away at the neat story we are told, hinting that human history may be far older and far stranger than we imagine. Let us begin with Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan. In 1987, divers exploring the seabed discovered a vast stone structure resembling a stepped pyramid. Its terraces, platforms, and sharp angles suggest human design, yet mainstream archaeologists dismiss it as a natural formation. But the evidence is compelling. Carved stairways, geometric walls, even what appears to be a stage or plaza. If Yonaguni is indeed man-made, it would date back at least 10,000 years, when sea levels were lower, predating the pyramids of Egypt by thousands of years. Could this be the sunken remnant of an advanced Japanese civilization erased by the rising seas? Travel west to India's Gulf of Khambat. In 2001, sonar scans revealed a vast complex beneath the waters, a network of structures stretching 5 miles long and 2 miles wide. Divers recovered artifacts, including stone tools and pottery shards, some carbon dated to 9,500 years ago. If accurate, this pushes back the timeline of Indian civilization by millennia, aligning eerily with the Vedic accounts of great floods and lost cities. The mainstream response? Skepticism, silence, and dismissal. Yet the ruins remain, waiting to be explored. Further south, off the coast of Tamil Nadu, lies the legendary city of Kumari Kandam, often linked with the myth of Lemuria. Local tradition speaks of a vast landmass once connecting India, Sri Lanka, and Madagascar, now swallowed by the ocean. Divers near Mahabalipuram have found submerged temples and walls, suggesting that the myths may hold more truth than scholars are willing to admit. And then there's the Bimini Road, discovered in the Bahamas in 1968. Beneath the turquoise waters lies a formation of massive rectangular stones laid out like a road or wall. To some, it is a natural beach rock formation. To others, it is a remnant of Atlantis itself. What makes Bimini especially intriguing is that the psychic Edgar Cayce, decades earlier, predicted that ruins of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in the late 1960s. A coincidence, perhaps, or something more? In the Mediterranean, mysteries also linger. Off the coast of Sicily, divers have found massive stone blocks with drilled holes, evidence of human engineering now resting 130 feet beneath the waves. Near Malta, underwater stone structures resemble the island's megalithic temples, suggesting they were once part of a larger complex before the seas rose. Could it be that the Mediterranean, long a cradle of civilization, hides an even older chapter of human history beneath its waters? Even the Americas hold their secrets. Off the coast of Cuba, in 2001, a Canadian exploration company, using sonar, detected what appear to be vast geometric structures nearly 2,000 feet below the surface. The images revealed pyramid-like shapes, straight roads, and symmetrical patterns, impossible to dismiss as random geology. Dubbed the Cuban Atlantis, this site has been largely ignored by academia, despite the potential to rewrite everything we know about the Americas. Why are these discoveries not headline news? Why are they buried in obscure reports and dismissed by mainstream archaeologists? The answer lies in the same pattern we've seen before. Anything that challenges the accepted timeline is silenced, ridiculed, or left unexplored. To admit that advanced civilizations existed 10,000 or even 20,000 years ago is to dismantle the entire foundation of modern archaeology. But the ocean does not lie. Beneath its surface are entire cities, their temples and plazas now covered in coral and silt. Their existence tells us that humanity's story is not one of steady progress, but of cycles, civilizations rising, falling, and being swallowed by the sea. Myths of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other sunken lands are not mere fantasies. They may be cultural memories of real events, encoded into legend to preserve what history could not. Imagine walking down a quiet beach and realizing that thousands of years ago, a city once stood where the waves now crash. Imagine that entire civilizations, with art, science, and knowledge, have been erased, their libraries dissolved into the salt water, their monuments colonized by fish. What we see on land, pyramids, temples, stone circles, may only be half the story. The other half lies beneath the waves, waiting for us to rediscover it. The implications are staggering. If we could fully explore the oceans, we might uncover not just one Atlantis, but many. Perhaps every continent has its sunken cities, the remnants of forgotten ages. And perhaps, just perhaps, the truth about our past has been lying at the bottom of the sea all along, hidden not by conspiracy alone, but by nature itself. The ancients warned us. They spoke of floods, of worlds lost to the ocean, of gods punishing mankind with water. We dismiss them as myths. But the ruins beneath the waves whisper a different story. The myths were memories. And if those memories are true, then we must ask, what else have we forgotten? When we think of ancient civilizations, we imagine stone tools, bronze weapons, and simple machines. Yet scattered across the world are anomalies that suggest something far stranger, knowledge of technologies that should not have existed thousands of years ago. These forbidden technologies challenge the linear model of progress. They whisper of civilizations capable of feats we still struggle to explain today, technologies that may have been lost in cataclysms, hidden in myths, or deliberately suppressed. One of the most baffling examples is the Antikythera mechanism. Discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, it looked like a corroded lump of bronze. But when examined closely, it revealed intricate gears and cogs, a machine capable of predicting solar eclipses, planetary movements, and lunar cycles with astonishing accuracy. Built over 2,000 years ago, it is often called the world's first computer. Nothing like it should have existed in that era, yet it did. How did the Greeks, or whoever invented it, achieve such precision, and what earlier knowledge might it have been based on? But the Antikythera mechanism is only the beginning. In Baghdad, archaeologists unearthed clay jars dating back over 2,000 years, with copper cylinders and iron rods inside. When filled with acidic liquid, they produce electricity, known as the Baghdad batteries. These artifacts suggest that ancient people may have experimented with electrochemistry long before the modern era. Were they used for electroplating gold, for medical treatments, or perhaps even for rituals? The mainstream brushes them off as curiosities, but their existence forces us to reconsider what ancient primitive societies really knew. Let us not forget the inexplicable stonework scattered across the world. In Egypt, the precision of the Great Pyramid is so exact that its sides deviate from true north by less than a fraction of a degree. Massive granite blocks weighing dozens of tons were cut, transported, and fitted so tightly that not even a razor blade can slip between them. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, we find H-shaped stones with perfect right angles, drill holes, and interlocking joints, carved from andesite, one of the hardest stones on Earth. Modern engineers admit that replicating such work would be a challenge even with today's technology. Were the ancients in possession of advanced tools, perhaps sonic cutting devices, lost forms of energy, or knowledge we have yet to rediscover? There are also hints of advanced metallurgy and material science. In Delhi, the famous iron pillar has stood for over 1,600 years without rusting, thanks to a mysterious protective layer formed by ancient methods we still struggle to fully replicate. In South America, legends speak of a softening liquid that can make stone malleable, allowing it to be molded like clay. Could this explain the tight-fitting masonry of the Inca, where massive stones were shaped and stacked without mortar, fitting so perfectly that they withstood centuries of earthquakes? And what of the crystal skulls of Mesoamerica? carved from single pieces of quartz. Some display craftsmanship so fine that experts claim they will require diamond tools and modern lathes to reproduce. The Mitchell Hedges crystal skull, in particular, has long been shrouded in mystery, said to contain strange optical properties and linked to legends of ancient wisdom keepers. Whether artifact, hoax, or relic of forgotten technology, it reminds us that the boundaries of possibility in the ancient world may have been far wider than we admit. Perhaps the most unsettling category of forbidden technology involves energy. Ancient texts across cultures describe powerful sources of energy now lost time. The Vedic scriptures of India speak of Vimanas, flying machines powered by unknown forces. They also describe weapons capable of unleashing devastation akin to nuclear blasts. In 1970, archaeologists studying the ruins of Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan reported signs of intense heat on the stone, as if the city had been subjected to sudden massive energy. While debated, these accounts raise the question, did ancient civilizations harness energies we cannot yet explain? Consider also the legends of Atlantis. Plato described the Atlanteans as possessing great power and technology, but warned that their arrogance led to their downfall. Could it be that forbidden technologies once fueled civilizations far more advanced than our history books allow, and that their misuse or the cataclysms of nature wiped them from memory? The idea of lost technology is not simply fantasy. History shows us that knowledge can be forgotten. The formula for Greek fire, a weapon that burned even on water, has never been rediscovered. The concrete used by the Romans, more durable than most modern versions, was a lost art until recently. If such techniques could vanish in just a few centuries, how much more could have been lost in thousands of years, especially through floods, wars, and deliberate suppression? Why are these possibilities resisted so fiercely by mainstream scholars? Because they rewrite the story. If ancient people harnessed electricity, built machines, or manipulated stone with unknown tools, then they were not primitive. They were advanced, perhaps in ways we still do not understand. This threatens a narrative of steady, linear progress. It forces us to admit that history is not a ladder, but a cycle, with knowledge gained, lost, and rediscovered. The fragments we see, gears in a shipwreck, jars in a museum, impossible stones in a desert, are like whispers from another world. They hint that humanity once reached higher than we think possible, that entire ages of innovation have been buried by catastrophe and time. And if we could uncover them fully, the implications would be staggering. What diseases could we cure? What energy could we harness? What truths about the cosmos could we unlock? If only we remember what was forgotten. The ancients may not have been primitive at all. They may have been custodians of technologies too powerful, too dangerous, or too easily lost. Their monuments, myths, and artifacts are not just relics of the past. They are clues to a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter that may be the key to understanding not just where we came from, but where we are headed. Throughout human history, there have always been whispers of secret keepers, individuals, priesthoods, and mysterious brotherhoods tasked with protecting knowledge too dangerous, too powerful, or too disruptive to be shared with the masses. Some called them sages, others magicians, and still others conspirators. Whether hidden in temples, buried in deserts, or locked in vaults beneath cathedrals, this knowledge has always been guarded, passed down in fragments, cloaked in symbols and allegory. But who are these guardians, and what exactly are they protecting? Let us begin with the ancient Egyptians. Their priests were not merely religious leaders, but astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers. They encoded their knowledge of the stars and sacred geometry into temples and pyramids, structures that still baffle modern science. The House of Life, a legendary institution described in Egyptian texts, is said to have been a repository of wisdom, medical, astronomical, and spiritual. Only initiates of the highest rank could access it. Was this knowledge preserved after Egypt's decline, hidden away to prevent it from being lost or misused? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Apkallu, semi-divine beings who descended from the heavens to teach humanity agriculture, architecture, and astronomy. The priests who followed claimed to guard these teachings in the ziggurats and libraries of Babylon. The great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh contained tens of thousands of clay tablets, some describing advanced mathematics and cosmic cycles. Many of these texts were destroyed or scattered, yet fragments remain, hinting at a tradition of secret knowledge carefully guarded, then suddenly silenced. When we turn to Greece, we find the mystery schools Eleusis, Delphi, Samothrace. Here, initiates underwent secret rites, forbidden to speak of what they saw or learned. The penalty for revealing the mysteries was death. What was so powerful that it had to be hidden under penalty of silence? Philosophers like Pythagoras, Plato, and Plutarch hinted at deeper truths about the soul, the cosmos, and the cycles of time, truths likely drawn from Egyptian and Babylonian sources. Did these mystery traditions serve as channels, preserving fragments of forgotten wisdom for those deemed worthy? Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and we encounter the Knights Templar. Officially, they were warrior monks, protectors of pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Unofficially, they were seekers of ancient relics and hidden knowledge beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Legends claim they uncovered scrolls, artifacts, perhaps even secrets of Solomon's temple. Their sudden rise to wealth and power, followed by their violent suppression, has fueled centuries of speculation. Were they silenced because they found something that threatened both church and crown? After the fall of the Templars, whispers continued in groups like the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians. These secret societies wrapped their teachings in allegory and symbol, compasses, pyramids, all-seeing eyes. Mainstream historians dismiss their mysteries as fraternal rituals, but their obsession with sacred geometry, astronomy, and architecture suggests they are heirs to an ancient current of hidden wisdom. If knowledge was indeed preserved from Atlantis, Egypt, or Babylon, then perhaps these groups were its modern custodians, shielding it from destruction while keeping it out of unworthy hands. The Church itself also plays a paradoxical role. On one hand, it suppressed heretical texts, burned libraries, and silenced alternative histories. On the other, it became one of the greatest collectors of hidden knowledge. The Vatican Library contains hundreds of thousands of manuscripts, many unavailable to the public. What forgotten histories lie in those vaults? Maps of lost lands? Records of catastrophes? Ancient sciences erased from the public record? The guardianship of knowledge here is absolute. Controlled access, selective release, and silence on the rest. Outside of the West, similar traditions existed. In India, the Brahmins preserved the Vedic texts with their vast cosmologies and advanced astronomical cycles. In Tibet, monasteries held tantric scriptures and ancient chronicles, many destroyed during invasions, but others still hidden in mountain sanctuaries. In Mesoamerica, Mayan priests guarded codices describing astronomy and prophecy, most of which were burned by conquistadors, though a few, like the Dresden Codex, survived. Across cultures, the same pattern emerges. Fragments of advanced knowledge carefully protected by elites, often destroyed by outsiders, sometimes hidden away for the future. But why hide knowledge at all? Some argue it was to protect humanity from itself. Advanced technologies, energy, weaponry, even cosmic cycles, could be devastating in the wrong hands. Better to encode them in myth, bury them in stone, or guard them in temples than risk misuse. Others believe suppression was about power. To control knowledge is to control reality. By rationing access, elites maintain dominance over the masses, shaping history and destiny in their favor. The legends of secret books echo this theme. The fabled Emerald Tablet of Hermes, said to contain the secrets of alchemy. The lost books of Thoth, guarded in hidden chambers beneath the pyramids. The Mayan prophecy codices, said to reveal cycles of destruction and renewal. Even the Dead Sea Scrolls, hidden for 2 millennia, hint at a wider tradition concealment, awaiting the right moment or the right people to be revealed. And then there are modern whispers. Secret vaults beneath the Sphinx, guarded excavations beneath the pyramids, hidden chambers under the Vatican. Are these merely fantasies or fragments of truth, concealed from the public eye? Many explorers and insiders claim the latter. If knowledge that could rewrite history were found, will we even be told? Or would it be hidden once more, guarded by institutions that have perfected the art of secrecy? The guardians of hidden knowledge are not merely relics of the past. They may still exist today, in secret societies and religious orders, in elite academic circles. Some believe they are preparing humanity for eventual revelation. Others think they will never reveal the truth, fearing chaos. Either way, Their presence shapes the story of our history, holding keys to mysteries that remain just out of reach. Perhaps the greatest question is this: are they preserving knowledge for us or keeping it from us? Are they protectors or jailers? And when the walls of secrecy finally crumble, will humanity be ready to face the truths that have been hidden for so long? Since the dawn of time, humanity has gazed upward, wondering what lies beyond the heavens. But for many ancient civilizations, the question was not merely one of imagination. It was memory. Across continents, separated by oceans and millennia, cultures tell eerily similar stories of sky beings, gods, visitors, or teachers who descended from the stars to shape human destiny. Were these encounters real? Were they symbolic? Or could they represent something even more shocking: direct contact with advanced beings whose influence still echoes through history? In Mesopotamia, humanity's first great civilization, the Sumerians told of the Anunnaki. These were powerful beings who came from the heavens to earth, teaching humans agriculture, writing, and law. Ancient cuneiform tablets describe them as descending in fiery crafts, shining like the sun. To mainstream historians, these are myths. But to those who read between the lines, they look strikingly like accounts of contact with extraterrestrial or interdimensional visitors. Why would the very first civilization insist their knowledge was a gift from sky gods? Meanwhile, in ancient Egypt, the pharaohs claimed descent from the followers of Horus, semi-divine beings who ruled in the age before recorded history. The pyramid texts speak of the gods descending from the sky and returning to the stars. Temples are covered with carvings of winged discs and beings that do not resemble humans. Were these simply religious symbols, or encoded memories of contact with star visitors? Even more puzzling are depictions of advanced technologies, what appear to be flying crafts, energy devices, even helicopters and submarines carved on the walls of Abydos. Coincidence, or evidence of ancient encounters with beings beyond our world? In India, the Vedic texts describe the Devas and Asuras, celestial beings locked in cosmic battles. They are said to have traveled in vimanas, flying chariots powered by engines of mercury and fire. The Sanskrit epics, such as the Mahabharata and Ramayana, contain astonishing details of aerial combat, weapons that sound like modern nuclear explosions, and technologies far beyond the age in which they were written. The descriptions are so specific that some researchers wonder, were the authors recording mythology or a history of encounters with beings wielding advanced machines? Across the ocean, the Mayans and Aztecs spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god who descended from the sky to bring knowledge of calendars, agriculture, and astronomy. He promised to return one day. In the Andes, the Inca told of Viracocha, a bearded teacher who emerged after a great flood, bearing wisdom from the heavens. These figures were often described as tall, pale-skinned, unlike the native populations, and always associated with celestial origins. Were these myths a distorted memory of contact with sky beings who came after cataclysms to restart civilization? Even in North America, indigenous tribes preserve similar accounts. The Hopi speak of the Kachinas, star beings who taught them rituals and survival skills. The Lakota tell the star people, who came in glowing ships. These stories were not considered myths by their elders, but part of their sacred history. Generations of oral tradition have carried these accounts, insisting they are true. Why would so many unconnected cultures invent the same motif of star visitors descending to guide humanity? Skeptics argue these are allegories, ways of explaining natural phenomena like the sun, moon, and planets. Yet the details go far beyond metaphor. Ancient texts describe physical interactions, beings teaching mathematics, medicine, and agriculture, showing humans how to build temples aligned to the stars, even interbreeding with humanity, creating lineages of kings who claim divine right through bloodlines. From the Sumerian Anunnaki to the Nephilim of the Hebrew Bible, the theme repeats: unions between sky beings and humans that produce giants, demigods, or rulers. Were these myths merely symbolic, or genetic memories of encounters with beings not of this earth? Some artifacts deepen the mystery. In Colombia, small golden figurines resemble airplanes, complete with wings and tails, too aerodynamic to be birds or insects. In Bolivia, carvings show beings in what appear to be helmets and suits. In Australia, Ancient Aboriginal rock art depicts the Wangina, cloud-like beings with large eyes and round heads, strikingly similar to modern depictions of extraterrestrials. These are not isolated anomalies, but recurring patterns of imagery spanning the globe. If sky beings did interact with humanity, the question remains, why? Some researchers believe they were benevolent teachers, guiding humanity's first steps toward civilization. Others suggest they had their own agendas, mining Earth's resources, manipulating genetics, or using humans as instruments in cosmic rivalries. Ancient texts hint at both. The Sumerians describe gods who uplifted humanity, but also enslaved them to labor in mines. The Vedas speak of divine beings who protected humans, and others who waged devastating wars. Could it be that Earth has always been caught in the crossfire of powers far beyond our understanding? Mainstream archaeology resists such interpretations, preferring to classify these stories as myths. Yet even scientists acknowledge one truth. Civilizations across the world, with no contact between them, all describe the same thing: beings descending from the sky, bringing knowledge and promising to return. Coincidence seems increasingly unlikely. Instead, it points to a shared experience, one humanity has carried in memory and myth for thousands of years. And if these encounters were real, then perhaps the most chilling thought is this: they may not be over. Modern reports of unidentified aerial phenomena echo ancient descriptions. Craft descending with beams of light, beings emerging, tall or small, with eyes that reflect the stars. Are today's sightings simply the continuation of a relationship that has existed since antiquity? Encounters with the same sky beings our ancestors recorded on temple walls and sacred scrolls? Perhaps the ancient encounters were warnings, breadcrumbs left in myth and legend to remind us of who, or what, has always been watching from above. The question we must ask now is not whether our ancestors saw the sky beings, but whether we are ready for their return. For centuries, the ocean has hidden its secrets in silence. Beneath its vast, uncharted depths may lie the greatest mysteries of all, the ruins of forgotten civilizations that once thrived before being swallowed by cataclysmic floods. Legends of sunken worlds echo across cultures. Atlantis in Greece, Lemuria in the Pacific, Kumari Kandam in India, and High Brazil off the coast of Ireland. Were these simply myths, or did they preserve fragments of real histories erased by rising seas? Modern discoveries suggest the latter, for beneath the waves, we are beginning to uncover stone structures that should not exist. The most famous of these is Atlantis, described by Plato more than 2,000 years ago. According to him, Atlantis was a powerful maritime civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, today's Strait of Gibraltar. It possessed advanced technology, monumental architecture, and immense knowledge. But in a single day and night of disaster, it was lost beneath the ocean. For centuries, scholars dismissed it as allegory. Yet, astonishingly, ruins have been found off the coast of Spain, Morocco, and even in the Caribbean that fit Plato's description. Circular patterns in seabeds, submerged megaliths, and mysterious roads beneath the waves all hint at a drowned world. Could Atlantis have been real, its memory preserved by Plato from a far older source? In the Pacific, another legend takes shape: Lemuria, a supposed lost continent stretching across the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Once thought to be a myth invented by 19th century scientists to explain similar species found on distant continents, Lemuria took on a life of its own in spiritual traditions. Tamil texts from South India speak of Kumari Kandam, a vast landmass where an advanced civilization flourished before being swallowed by the sea. Intriguingly, off the coast of India, near Dwarka, marine archaeologists have found submerged cities with streets, walls, and artifacts dating back at least 9,000 years, older than any known civilization. Could these be remnants of the fabled Kumari Kandam, fragments of a world lost to rising seas at the end of the last ice age? One of the most dramatic underwater discoveries lies near Japan's Yonaguni Island. In 1986, divers stumbled upon a colossal stone structure beneath the waves. Terraces, staircases, pillars, and what appears to be a pyramid. The formations are so precise that they resemble man-made architecture rather than natural geology. Some experts argue Yonaguni is simply an unusual rock formation, but others believe it is a remnant of a lost city, possibly over 10,000 years old. If true, it would mean advanced societies existed long before history acknowledges. only to be erased when sea levels rose. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar scans in the early 2000s revealed massive geometric patterns deep beneath the water. Pyramids, roads, and structures eerily similar to Mesoamerican architecture appeared in the images. The find caused sensation, with some researchers calling it the Cuban Atlantis. Yet, curiously, follow-up investigations went silent, and little has been revealed since. Was the discovery suppressed, or are the ruins too deep and enigmatic to explore fully? Whatever the case, the site raises profound questions about who could have built such structures, and when. These discoveries are not isolated. In the Mediterranean, ruins of submerged cities like Pavlopetri in Greece, over 5,000 years old, prove that rising seas have erased human settlements throughout history. Off the coast of Malta, megalithic temples lie beneath the waves, aligned with the stars. Near the Bahamas' so-called Bimini Road, a submerged pathway of giant stones has sparked decades of debate. Natural formation or the remains of an ancient harbor? The uncanny alignment and shape suggests human construction. Could this be one of the last markers of Atlantis? Peeking through the waves? Science provides a context for these mysteries. Around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, glaciers melted, raising sea levels by more than 400 feet. Entire coastlines were submerged, and any civilizations that lived near the sea would have been erased almost overnight. If advanced societies existed then, their greatest cities now lie drowned, waiting to be rediscovered. This period also coincides with the Younger Dryas, a sudden climate shift possibly triggered by a comet impact, causing massive floods and extinctions. The same Great Flood, remembered in myths worldwide, may have been the cataclysm that sank these civilizations. What makes this idea compelling is the universality of flood legends. Nearly every culture speaks of a great deluge. The biblical Noah's Ark, the Sumerian flood of Utnapishtim, the Hindu story of Manu saved by a great fish, the Mayan tale of flood gods destroying humanity, and countless others. Could these myths all stem from a shared memory of global cataclysm, when entire civilizations disappear beneath the sea? If so, the ruins we are now finding are not anomalies, but evidence of this forgotten age. The implications are staggering. If advanced civilizations did exist before the flood, then human history is not a straight line of progress, but a cycle. Civilizations rising, flourishing, and falling, only to be rediscovered millennia later. What technologies, sciences, or philosophies were lost when the oceans claimed their cities? Could the mysteries of pyramid construction, megalithic precision, and astronomical knowledge be remnants of this lost inheritance? Mainstream archaeology hesitates to embrace this idea, insisting that complex civilizations only appear around 6,000 years ago. Yet the evidence beneath the oceans suggests otherwise. If we continue to explore the seabed, we may one day uncover ruins that confirm what myths have been whispering all along, that we are not the first advanced civilization on Earth, only the latest. For now, the ocean guards its secrets, its depths concealing silent ruins that once echoed with life, trade, and knowledge. But technology is advancing. Sonar mapping, underwater drones, and deep-sea exploration may soon reveal the full scope of what lies hidden. And when that day comes, the story of humanity will have to be rewritten, not as a tale of slow progress, but as one of cycles, cataclysms, and civilizations swallowed by the sea. Perhaps the greatest cover-up in history is not deliberate suppression, but the ocean itself, hiding entire chapters of our story in its depths. And yet, as we peel back the waves and uncover these ruins, the memory of lost civilizations is beginning to surface once more. What if the greatest technological secrets of our time are not futuristic inventions, but forgotten legacies of the ancient world? What if humanity once held knowledge of energy, construction, medicine, and flight that was lost or deliberately suppressed? As civilizations fell, this is not fantasy. Across history, tantalizing clues point to technologies so advanced they should not have existed in their eras. Mainstream archaeology dismisses them as myths, coincidences, or misunderstood artifacts. Yet, when seen together, they form a pattern, a legacy of suppressed ancient technologies that could rewrite history. Perhaps the most famous example is the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off Greece in 1901. At first, it appeared to be a corroded lump of bronze. But X-rays revealed gears and mechanisms so intricate they could model the movements of the sun, moon, and planets with astonishing precision. Dated over 2,000 years ago, it is essentially the world's first computer. Experts admit its complexity was unmatched until at least the 18th century. How could the ancients have created such a device? Was it a one-off miracle of craftsmanship, or evidence of a broader technological tradition that has since been erased? Then there are the Baghdad batteries, clay jars with copper and iron components, dating back more than 2,000 years. When reconstructed, they produce an electric charge. Were they used for electroplating gold, for healing rituals, or for some other unknown purpose? Mainstream science shrugs, but the existence of electricity in the ancient world changes everything. If they understood electricity, what else might they have known? Could this knowledge have been hidden or destroyed to preserve a narrative of linear progress? The question grows stranger when we consider ancient construction. The megalithic sites of Pumapunku in Bolivia, Baalbek in Lebanon, and the Great Pyramids of Egypt all feature massive stones weighing hundreds of tons, cut and fitted with laser-like precision. Copper chisels and ropes cannot explain these feats. Some researchers suggest that the ancients may have known ways to soften stone with chemicals, or even harness sound and vibration to lift and move blocks. Legends speak of priests chanting and stones floating. Could this represent a suppressed knowledge of acoustic or electromagnetic levitation? Technology's modern science is only beginning to explore. Medicine, too, offers puzzles. Ancient India's texts like the Sushruta Samhita describe advanced surgical procedures, including cataract surgery, plastic surgery, and even organ transplants, thousands of years before modern medicine. Egyptian papyri detail precise anatomical knowledge, herbal treatments, and techniques still used today. In China, acupuncture charts map energy meridians. The West is only now beginning to validate through quantum biology. Were these merely primitive attempts at healing, or remnants of a far deeper understanding of the human body, a knowledge deliberately sidelined as modern pharmaceutical industries rose to dominance? Even flight, long assumed to be a modern achievement, appears in the record. In India, the ancient Vedas describe vimanas, flying machines powered by mercury and fire. Carvings in Egypt and South America depict what look like aircraft, rockets, and helicopters. Small golden figurines from Colombia bear aerodynamic designs nearly identical to modern planes. Are these coincidences, or evidence that ancient civilizations had achieved flight? Knowledge later suppressed or lost in the aftermath of cataclysms. Energy is another enigma. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with magnetic north to within a fraction of a degree. Its internal shafts align with specific stars. Some researchers propose it function not as a tomb but as a power generator, harnessing Earth's natural forces. In the Yucatan, the Mayan city of Teotihuacan is laid out like a giant circuit board, complete with pyramids that may have channeled energy. Nikola Tesla himself studied ancient sites for clues to wireless energy transmission. Could be that the ancients mastered clean, limitless energy, knowledge suppressed to ensure control of modern society through fossil fuels and monopolized power systems? The suppression of these technologies may not be accidental. Institutions thrive on stability. If the public realized that advanced technologies existed thousands of years ago, that civilizations rivaling or surpassing ours had risen and fallen, it would shatter the narrative of human progress. Control depends on the belief that we are the pinnacle of history. But if suppressed technologies became widely known, it would expose a cycle of civilizations rising, mastering energy, and falling, perhaps due to misuse of that very knowledge. There are hints that fragments of this lost science survive, hidden by secret societies or elite groups. The Freemasons, with their obsession with geometry, sacred architecture, and symbols of light, may preserve echoes of ancient engineering knowledge. The Vatican Library is said to hold manuscripts detailing forgotten sciences. Indigenous shamans in the Amazon speak of plant-based medicines that unlock consciousness and healing beyond Western understanding. Is it possible that much of humanity's true technological inheritance has been hidden in plain sight, disguised as myth or ritual? The real question is this: if these suppressed technologies existed, why are they hidden? Some suggest altruistic reasons, to prevent humanity from destroying itself with forces it cannot control. Others argue it is about power. To control technology is to control society. Imagine a world where free energy, advanced healing, and levitation were accessible to all. Entire industries, governments, and empires would collapse overnight. Suppression then may not be about safety, but about maintaining dominance. And yet, pieces of this knowledge are re-emerging. Acoustic levitation has been demonstrated in modern labs. Quantum physics increasingly validates ancient spiritual descriptions of energy fields. DNA research is uncovering mysteries that parallel ancient accounts of genetic manipulation by gods or sky beings. It is as if the veil is thinning and fragments of suppressed knowledge are surfacing once again. The ancients may not have been primitive at all. They may have walked a path of science and technology that diverged from ours, one rooted in harmony with natural forces, resonance, and consciousness. If so, what we call lost technologies may simply be forgotten chapters of a story we are only beginning to remember. Perhaps the biggest cover-up in history is not simply that these technologies existed, but that they could exist again. Humanity stands at a crossroads to rediscover this ancient inheritance, or let it remain suppressed, repeating the cycle of rise and fall once more. There are moments in history when the world as humanity knew it ended, violently, suddenly, and without mercy. Civilizations that once flourished with art, science, and architecture vanished almost overnight, their monuments left as ruins, their knowledge reduced to fragments. Myths call these events floods, fires, or days of darkness. Science calls them cataclysms. And when you connect the evidence scattered across cultures and continents, a chilling truth emerges. Humanity has not lived a single unbroken line of progress. Instead, our story is cyclical, punctuated by resets, great cataclysms that destroy, erase, and force us to begin again. One of the most striking clues comes from the Younger Dryas event, about 12,800 years ago. Ice core samples and geological records reveal that Earth was plunged into a sudden cold snap, lasting over 1,000 years. But what caused it? Many scientists now point to a cataclysmic comet or meteor impact, showering Earth with debris, igniting massive wildfires, and causing the collapse of ecosystems. At the same time, myths from cultures worldwide speak of a great flood. The waters rising, the skies darkened, and a world destroyed. Could this catastrophic event have been the very flood remembered by the Sumerians, the Bible, and the Vedas? Evidence abounds in the land itself. In North America, a layer of black sediment, rich with nanodiamonds and melted glass, marks a sudden burning event. This black mat appears exactly at the time megafauna, mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths vanished and human populations collapsed. Meanwhile, in Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the oldest known megalithic site, dated over 12,000 years ago, carvings appear to depict a cosmic impact event, possibly recording the very cataclysm that ended the Ice Age. Was Göbekli Tepe built as a warning, a message from survivors of an advanced civilization wiped out in the Great Reset? But the Younger Dryas may not have been the only global reset. Geological records suggest multiple waves of cataclysm, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and pole shifts. Around 74,000 years ago, the eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia triggered the volcanic winter, reducing humanity's population to a near-extinction bottleneck. In the Mediterranean, the sudden flooding of the Black Sea about 7,600 years ago may have inspired flood myths. In South America, legends of fire raining from the skies echo the memory of asteroid impacts. The Earth's history is one of recurring devastation, and humanity has always been forced to rebuild. Ancient myths preserve these memories in symbolic form. The Mayan Popol Vuh describes successive worlds destroyed by flood, fire, and jaguars before the current age. Hindu texts speak of the yugas, cosmic cycles of creation and destruction. The Hopi prophecy tells of 4 previous worlds destroyed by water, fire, and ice, with ours being the 5th. Across the globe, the story is the same. Civilizations rise, cataclysms strike, and survivors carry fragments of knowledge into the next age. If these myths align so closely with scientific evidence of catastrophic events, perhaps they are not myths at all but encoded history. The impact of these resets goes beyond physical destruction. They also erase knowledge. Imagine a global disaster today. Satellites falling, grids failing, cities burning. Within a generation, how much of our science would survive? Without electricity, libraries, or the internet, most of our advanced knowledge would vanish. Survivors would tell stories of the old world, eventually mythologizing planes as metal birds and bombs as weapons of the gods. Could this be exactly what happened to civilizations before us? Advanced societies reduced to legend by the great resets of history? Archaeological puzzles hint at this possibility. Sites like Pumapunku, Baalbek, and Nanmadol appear to be the shattered remnants of civilizations that predate known history. Their megaliths are too massive, their precision too advanced for the cultures archaeologists claim built them. What if these structures are survivors of a pre-cataclysmic civilization, left behind when floods or impacts erased everything else? The same could be true of submerged cities like Yanaguni, Dvarka, and Pavlopetri. The ocean may hide the majority of the evidence, drown when glaciers melted and sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. The frightening pattern is that these resets are not random. Earth itself seems to move in cycles of destruction. Some researchers point to a cosmic clock, impacts occurring at regular intervals, as Earth passes through dense regions of the galaxy. Others suggest pole shifts or solar outbursts periodically reset the planet. If true, humanity's story is not one of steady progress, but of fragile chapters, always at risk of being erased by forces beyond our control. But perhaps the greatest question is whether someone already knows this truth. Did the ancients build megaliths aligned with the stars not just as temples, but as markers of cycles, warnings to future generations? Were myths like Noah's Ark or Manu's fish meant to preserve survival knowledge for the next great flood? If so, then the guardians of hidden knowledge may not only be preserving secrets of the past, but preparing for catastrophes yet to come. Modern science itself is beginning to confirm the danger. NASA tracks near-Earth objects, knowing that even a small impact could devastate civilization. Climate scientists warn of rising seas, superstorms, and tipping points eerily similar to the disasters of the past. What if the ancients were not ignorant at all, but survivors, warning us, through myth and monument, of the resets that destroyed them? The narrative of history is a smooth, linear ascent collapses under the weight of cataclysmic evidence. Instead, humanity appears trapped in a cycle: rise, flourish, destruction, reset. If suppressed technologies, sky being encounters, and megalithic mysteries are fragments of previous high civilizations, then perhaps we are simply the latest iteration in a story far older and more complex than we dare admit. The greatest cover-up may not just be the hiding of evidence, but the denial of this cycle itself. For if humanity realized how fragile civilization is, how often it has been wiped clean, we might demand answers about what came before and what may be coming again.
Across the ruins of history, one question lingers like a shadow. If entire civilizations were erased by cataclysm and reset, who were the survivors that carried fragments of knowledge forward? And more importantly, did those survivors protect their secrets by ensuring only their own bloodlines, their chosen heirs, inherited the keys to power? Legends from every corner of the globe whisper of bloodlines that link kings, priests, and rulers not just to noble families, but to divine or otherworldly origins. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, celestial beings who interbred with humans to create ruling dynasties. In the Bible, the Nephilim appear as giants, sons of God, who mingled with humanity. Egyptian pharaohs claimed descent from gods like Ra or Osiris, using sacred blood to justify their absolute rule. The idea is the same across cultures. Some families claimed they were chosen, set apart, destined to lead, not because of their deeds, but because of the blood in their veins. What if these myths were not symbolic but literal? What if surviving elites from pre-cataclysmic civilizations intentionally guarded their lineage, intermarrying to preserve knowledge and influence while the rest of humanity was forced to start over from nothing? This possibility opens a chilling perspective. The continuity of power is not random, but carefully orchestrated through bloodlines stretching back thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. One of the most enduring examples is the Egyptian priesthood. After the supposed floods and upheavals that marked the end of the Ice Age, it was the priestly caste who claimed authority to interpret sacred knowledge. Pharaohs, too, were said to be divine not by merit, but by heritage. Their marriages were carefully controlled to preserve blood purity. Even when Egypt fell to outside conquerors, Foreign rulers legitimized themselves by marrying into priestly or royal lines. Blood was the currency of power. This same theme appears in Europe. The Merovingian dynasty of early France claimed descent from a mysterious sea creature, the Quinator, suggesting an origin beyond ordinary humanity. Some fringe researchers link them to the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, an idea popularized by both esoteric orders and modern conspiracy. Whether literal or symbolic, the narrative kept the dynasty elevated above common people, their legitimacy tied not to governance but to lineage. And then there are the secret societies that emerged centuries later, such as the Knights Templar, the Rosicrucians, and Freemasons. These groups often claimed guardianship of forbidden knowledge, linking themselves to ancient bloodlines or lost wisdom from civilizations like Egypt and Babylon. Their rituals emphasized genealogy, succession, and sacred inheritance. Could it be that they were not inventing traditions but maintaining the remnants of ancient power structures, ensuring knowledge stayed in the hands of descendants chosen long ago? Even monarchies today reveal the persistence of these ideas. European royal families intermarried for centuries, creating a web so interconnected that most current rulers share common ancestry. But why such obsession with preserving bloodlines? Was it merely political, or did it trace back to something older, a hidden inheritance of knowledge, perhaps even genetics, that elites considered sacred? Crossing continents, we find similar stories. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec emperors claimed descent from gods who came from the stars. In China, emperors were the sons of heaven, their right to rule ordained by celestial mandate. In Polynesia, chiefs traced their lineage back to gods who arrived from distant islands or skies. The pattern is undeniable. Leadership was never about democracy or equality, but about who carried a sacred thread of ancestry. But here is where the mystery deepens. Many of these bloodlines were obsessed not only with their own continuity, but with secrets, often encoded in symbols, rituals, and architecture. Could these hidden families have been safeguarding knowledge from a pre-cataclysmic age? Knowledge of astronomy, engineering, or even advanced technologies that appeared out of place in their time? If so, the bloodlines may have served as living vaults, human containers for ancient wisdom that was too dangerous or too disruptive to be spread openly among the masses. Modern conspiracy theories take this idea further. Some researchers suggest that elite bloodlines today, banking dynasties, aristocratic families, secretive organizations, still trace their heritage back to ancient rulers. They claim the same families that held power in Babylon, Egypt, and Rome never truly lost it, but simply changed names, countries, and titles. Like a snake shedding its skin, the bloodline remains while empires rise and fall. This idea, controversial and heavily suppressed, paints history as less of a random sequence and more of a deliberate narrative controlled by a select few. Take, for instance, the mysterious persistence of certain symbols. The all-seeing eye, the serpent, the cross, the double-headed eagle. These motifs appear across cultures and across ages, often associated with elite power structures. Are they mere coincidence, or markers left by bloodline families to signal their hidden continuity? Even science has begun to brush against these mysteries. Studies of genetic bottlenecks show that humanity has gone through periods where only small populations survived, making it entirely possible that certain lineages could dominate after catastrophic resets. DNA research on royal families shows remarkable continuity, even when dynasties appear separated by geography or time. Could science one day confirm that ruling elites across continents truly share ancient common ancestors? And what of the blood itself? Myths often describe rulers as possessing blue blood, divine essence, or unusual traits. Some fringe theorists suggest connections to the mysterious Rh-negative blood type, disproportionately common among European elites and anomalous in evolutionary terms. While mainstream science dismisses these claims, the persistence of the idea reveals a deep cultural memory. The belief that rulers were not entirely like the rest of us. If bloodlines truly have been the hidden scaffolding of history, then the biggest cover-up is not just about lost civilizations or forbidden artifacts, but about control itself. Power may not have shifted by chance but has been carefully curated, generation after generation, ensuring that the survivors of the last Great Reset, or their descendants, remain in charge to this very day. The implications are staggering. What if the same forces that guided pharaohs, emperors, and kings now shape modern politics, finance, and global governance? What if the secrecy around these bloodlines is not about superstition, but about hiding the truth? That some people carry knowledge, and perhaps even genetics, from a world destroyed long before ours. This section leaves us with a haunting question. If history is written by the victors, and the victors are chosen by blood, then how much of what we call history is nothing more than a carefully maintained illusion? A narrative crafted to hide the true lineage of power that has ruled humanity since time immemorial?
If bloodlines served as the vessels of continuity, then secret societies were the vaults where forbidden knowledge was preserved. Throughout history, whispers of hidden brotherhoods have persisted. Groups that claim guardianship over ancient wisdom, fragments of lost civilizations, and truths so disrupted that they had to remain concealed from the masses. These societies operated in shadows, shaping empires, guiding kings, and influencing revolutions, all while protecting secrets that could rewrite history itself. The story begins with the ancient world. In Egypt, the priesthood was more than a religious order. It was a secret society in plain sight. Temples like those at Luxor, Karnak, and Abydos were designed not just as places of worship, but as libraries of encoded knowledge. Hieroglyphs, astronomical alignments, and rituals carried forward a legacy of a world long destroyed by cataclysm. Only initiates, carefully chosen and sworn to silence, could access this sacred knowledge. The uninitiated were given myths and rituals, while the inner circle guarded mathematics, astronomy, and perhaps even technologies that appear to be far beyond their time. From Egypt, the trail seems to move into Greece. The mystery schools of Eleusis and the Orphic traditions trained initiates in hidden doctrines, often revealed only through intense initiation rituals. These were not merely philosophical exercises. The knowledge they offered was said to reveal the true nature of life, death, and the cosmos itself. Outsiders feared these schools because they operated in secrecy, and insiders believed they were continuing a lineage of wisdom passed down from an earlier, forgotten world. But perhaps the most famous guardians of hidden knowledge were the Knights Templar. Founded in the 12th century under the guise of protecting pilgrims in the Holy Land, the Templars quickly amassed immense wealth and power. They were rumored to have uncovered relics beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, relics said to include ancient manuscripts, lost treasures, and possibly even evidence of pre-Christian civilizations. Their meteoric rise threatened kings and popes, leading to their dramatic suppression in 1307. Yet, the Templars did not disappear. Survivors are believed to have gone underground, spreading their secrets through new orders, ultimately giving birth to groups like the Freemasons and Rosicrucians. The Freemasons, in particular, are shrouded in mystery. On the surface, they appear as fraternal organization focused on charity and brotherhood. But their symbols, the square and compass, the all-seeing eye, the unfinished pyramid, reveal ties to ancient geometry, sacred architecture, and esoteric knowledge. Their rituals reenact the building of Solomon's Temple, a structure believed by many to be a physical embodiment of cosmic order. Could Freemasonry be less about fellowship and more about the preservation of advanced architectural and astronomical knowledge from civilizations long vanished? Then there are the Rosicrucians, who emerged in Europe during the 17th century with manifestos claiming access to hidden knowledge about alchemy, medicine, and the cosmos. Their doctrine spoke of a secret brotherhood that had existed for centuries, working silently to advance humanity. Many historians dismiss them as myth, but the influence of Rosicrucian ideas on science, philosophy, and politics is undeniable. They preached enlightenment, but hinted at guardianship of secrets that, if revealed, could shake the foundations of society. Across the world, we find echoes of similar groups. In Tibet, secret monastic orders guard esoteric teachings. In India, certain yogic lineages claim to preserve Vedic wisdom that predates written history. In Mesoamerica, the elite priesthoods of the Mayan Aztec civilizations were gatekeepers of astronomical knowledge, so precise that modern science still marvels at it. Again and again, the pattern emerges. Societies collapse, but hidden brotherhoods carry forward fragments of lost knowledge. Why the secrecy? One explanation is protection. In an age of superstition and power struggles, revealing advanced knowledge could mean persecution or death. The fate of the Templars is a reminder of what happens when secret wisdom collides with political power. But another explanation is more sinister. Control. By limiting access to knowledge, secret societies ensure that only the initiated, often tied to specific bloodlines or elites, could wield it. Knowledge became a tool of dominance, not liberation. Consider how much of this forbidden knowledge centers around geometry, astronomy, and cycles of time. Why? Because understanding the heavens meant predicting cataclysms, aligning structures with cosmic events, and harnessing forces of nature that ordinary people could not comprehend. To know when a flood would come, or how to align a temple with solstices, was to wield godlike power in the eyes of the masses. Perhaps this explains why so many ancient monuments, pyramids, megaliths, and temples remain aligned with stars and celestial events. The builders were not just architects, they were initiates of secret knowledge. Even in the modern era, these societies have not disappeared. Instead, they have adapted. The symbolism of Freemasonry is embedded in Western architecture, government seals, and currency. Elite universities adopt secret fraternities with ritualistic traditions eerily similar to those of ancient initiatory schools. Groups like the Bilderberg meeting, though secular on the surface, reflect the same pattern of powerful individuals gathering in secrecy, far from public scrutiny. What if the hidden brotherhoods are still following the same mission they have for millennia, safeguarding fragments of ancient knowledge, while quietly steering humanity's direction? Could the sudden burst of technological advancement throughout history, the Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, the digital age, be connected to carefully timed releases of guarded wisdom? This raises a haunting question. If these societies truly hold forbidden knowledge, then what are they keeping from us today? Could it be evidence of lost civilizations, advanced technologies, or even proof of cyclical cataclysms yet to come? The guardianship may not just be about the past, but about preparing for, or controlling, the next great reset. The forbidden knowledge of secret societies, therefore, is not a relic of dusty manuscripts or cryptic rituals. It may be the very key to understanding humanity's hidden history and its precarious future. If this knowledge were revealed to the public, the official narrative of history would crumble, and with it, the legitimacy of those who have ruled from the shadows for centuries. For centuries, mainstream history has told us that ancient people were primitive, that they chipped stone tools, dragged blocks by brute force, and understood little about the world beyond superstition. And yet, scattered across the globe are monuments, artifacts, and records that scream of something far greater. Impossible precision, megaliths weighing hundreds of tons, maps that chart the poles before they were covered in ice, legends of flying machines, energy weapons, and cities powered by mysterious forces. These are not the remnants of primitive societies, but of advanced technologies that seem to belong not to our ancestors, but to civilization far older than the one we know. The most iconic example, of course, is the Great Pyramid of Giza. Officially, it is said to be a tomb built with copper tools and human labor. But the pyramid is aligned with such astronomical precision that it still baffles engineers today. Its base deviates from true north by less than 3/60ths of a degree, a feat nearly impossible without advanced instruments. Inside, the dimensions encode pi, the golden ratio, and even the speed of light when converted into modern measurements. Was this mere coincidence, or evidence of mathematical and scientific knowledge beyond what was supposed to exist in 2500 BCE? Some researchers go further, suggesting that the Great Pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a form of ancient power plant, a structure designed to harness and distribute energy. Other sites deepen the mystery. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, stone blocks weighing up to 130 tons are carved with machine-like precision, featuring interlocking grooves and drill holes that defy explanation with stone tools. At Baalbek in Lebanon, a platform of stones, some weigh more than 800 tons, lies beneath Roman ruins, suggesting an even older, unknown civilization capable of moving blocks that even today's cranes would struggle with. In India, the temples of Ellora and Kailasa were not built, but carved out of solid rock, with such precision that engineers compare it to laser cutting. How did ancient builders, supposedly without advanced technology, achieve feats we cannot replicate even now? Artifacts add to the enigma. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a Greek shipwreck, is a complex clockwork computer over 2,000 years old, capable of predicting eclipses and astronomical cycles with remarkable accuracy. Mainstream scholars call it an outlier, but what if it was just one surviving fragment of a much larger technological tradition? Then there are the Baghdad batteries, clay jars with metal rods that may have been used as electrochemical cells, predating modern electricity by 2 millennia. Were these simple curiosities, or hints of a lost understanding of energy harnessing? Even ancient texts seem to preserve knowledge of forgotten technologies. In India's Vedic scriptures, the Vimanas are described as flying machines, equipped with weapons resembling lasers or nuclear blasts. The Mahabharata, an ancient epic, describes a weapon that created a flash brighter than 1,000 suns, followed by fallout that made a land uninhabitable, eerily reminiscent of modern nuclear war. In Mesoamerican mythology, the god Quetzalcoatl is said to have arrived in a shining vessel from the heavens, bringing knowledge and technology. Across the globe, myth converges on the same theme. Gods are ancestors with machines, tools, and powers that seem centuries, if not millennia, ahead of their time. Skeptics argue these are exaggerations or symbolic tales. But is it possible they are distorted memories of real events, echoes of a civilization that wielded advanced technology, destroyed in a great cataclysm, leaving behind fragments mistaken for myth? If so, the survivors may have encoded their lost technology into stories, symbols, and monuments, hoping future generations might one day understand. What makes this even more compelling is that some of these technologies appear to align with principles modern science is only just rediscovering. Ancient sites often sit on points of geomagnetic or telluric energy, the so-called earth grids. Could megaliths and pyramids have been built to tap into natural energy flows, functioning like massive resonators or transmitters? Experiments with the acoustic properties of the Great Pyramid and other sites reveal strange resonance effects, as if the builders intentionally tuned the structures like instruments. What were they harnessing? Sound energy? Vibration? Something even more exotic? There is also the question of metallurgy and lost materials. Ancient India's Delhi iron pillar resists rust despite being over 1,600 years old. Roman concrete outlasts modern concrete by centuries, and its formula was only recently rediscovered. If these are just the scraps of what survives, what other materials or compounds might have existed that we have no record of? Could entire technologies have been erased by time, leaving only durable stone as a silent witness? The implications are staggering. If ancient people had access to technology comparable to, or even exceeding, ours, then history as we know it is false. Civilizations may have risen to heights beyond our imagination, only to be destroyed in cataclysmic resets. Survivors passed fragments of their knowledge into myths and monuments, but the full picture was lost. And here lies the greatest cover-up. Not simply that this technology existed, but that traces of it have been discovered, then buried, dismissed, or ridiculed by mainstream academia. Why suppress such knowledge? Because admitting it would unravel the entire framework of history. It would prove that humanity is not the pinnacle of progress, but the latest iteration in a cycle of rise, fall, and rediscovery. It would expose the possibility that some of the technologies we pride ourselves on inventing were, in fact, reinvented, pale shadows of what once was. And it would raise questions about who, today, might already possess remnants of that forbidden technology. From pyramids that may have been power plants, to machines that map the stars, to weapons described as sons of destruction, the evidence points to a hidden chapter of human history, one where technology was not a dream of the future, but a reality of the past. If true, then we are not the most advanced civilization to walk this earth. We are survivors, inheritors of a broken legacy, still searching for the secrets our ancestors once mastered. Since the dawn of civilization, humans have told stories of beings who descended from the heavens. They were called gods, angels, star people, or shining ones. They brought fire, agriculture, laws, and architecture. They taught humanity how to measure time, read the stars, and build monuments that align with the cosmos. Mainstream history insists these are only myths, poetic ways of explaining the unknown. But what if they were not gods in the supernatural sense, but visitors? What if humanity's first contact was not with divinity, but with advanced beings, whether extraterrestrials from beyond the stars or survivors of forgotten high civilization who walked among us and were later deified as gods. Take the Sumerians, humanity's first known civilization. They claimed their kingship descended directly from the heavens. Their gods, the Anunnaki, were described as beings who came from above, gave humans knowledge, and ruled over them like monarchs. In their texts, these gods were not abstract deities but tangible, physical beings with rivalries, politics, and bloodlines. Some even interbred with humans, producing hybrid rulers. Why would the Sumerians invent such a narrative unless it reflected something they experienced? In Egypt, pharaohs declare themselves descendants of gods like Ra, Osiris, and Horus. Statues depict them with elongated skulls, a trait also found in the mysterious Paracas skulls of Peru. Could this physical difference reflect a genetic memory of beings who were not entirely human? Egyptian mythology even describes a god Thoth, who arrived after a great flood, bringing writing, mathematics, and sacred knowledge, almost as if he were a survivor of an earlier civilization sharing what he knew. The Greek pantheon tells a similar story. Zeus and the Olympians were sky-dwellers who wielded weapons of thunder and fire. Prometheus defied them to gift humanity the fire technology. The gods walked among mortals, taking sides in wars, teaching arts and crafts, and fathering demigods. In India, the Vedic texts describe the Devas and Asuras as sky beings engaged in cosmic battles, riding fly vimanas, and using devastating weapons. The descriptions are so detailed, from propulsion systems to aerial combat, that they sound less like myths and more like technical manuals. The Americas hold equally compelling accounts. The Maya and Aztec worshiped feathered serpent gods, Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan, who descended from the sky, taught civilization, and promised a return. In the Andes, Viracocha was said to walk the earth after flood, bringing law and architecture. Among the Hopi and Zuni, legends tell of Kachinas, spirit beings who came from the stars and guided humanity through cycles of destruction. Again, the story is consistent. Knowledge comes from beings who are not quite human, arriving at critical junctures in history. Skeptics argue these are symbolic, metaphors for the forces of nature or human imagination. But the striking similarity across continents raises a troubling possibility. Either all these cultures independently invented the same story, or they were all remembering encounters with the same kind of beings. The question is, were these visitors truly extraterrestrials, or were they survivors of a lost advanced civilization who appeared so godlike to primitive humans that they were remembered as deities? This possibility gains weight when we examine the cargo cult phenomenon in the modern era. In the 20th century, isolated island tribes who encountered soldiers during World War II began worshiping them as gods. Airplanes, radios, and supplies seemed like divine gifts. Generations later, these tribes built wooden replicas of planes and control towers, believing they could summon the gods to return. If this could happen in mere decades, imagine the impact of survivors of a high civilization arriving with advanced tools on hunter-gatherers thousands of years ago. Over time, those encounters would inevitably solidify into myths of gods from the sky. But there's another possibility, darker and more unsettling. What if these beings were not benevolent teachers, but rulers who sought to control humanity? Many myths describe gods demanding worship, sacrifices, and absolute obedience. The Sumerian gods waged wars through their human subjects. The Mesoamerican deities demanded blood offerings. Were these the actions of enlightened beings, or powerful entities using advanced technology to masquerade as gods and dominate humanity? Modern UFO reports and contact accounts only deepen the mystery. People around the world describe encounters with beings who bear uncanny resemblance to ancient depictions. Tall, shining figures, reptilian rulers, or small beings with large eyes. Could the gods of the past still be visiting, or have they never truly left? Are modern encounters with so-called extraterrestrials part of the same phenomenon that ancient people interpreted as divine? And yet, there's another angle. Perhaps the gods were neither aliens nor rulers, but survivors of Atlantis-like civilizations. After a cataclysm wiped out their homelands, they may have scattered across the globe, seeding new societies with fragments of their knowledge. To primitive people, their skills in astronomy, agriculture, architecture would have seemed supernatural. Over centuries, their descendants became mythologized as gods. If true, then humanity's golden myths of gods may simply be distorted memories of advanced survivors trying to preserve civilization. Whichever interpretation we choose, visitors from the stars or survivors of a reset, the core message is the same. Human history is not solely human. Our leap into civilization may have been jump-started by contact with beings who were far ahead of us. Their fingerprints are on our myths, our monuments, and even our bloodlines. The greatest cover-up, then, is not only that they were here, but that they may still be here, hidden behind myth, symbol, and secrecy. Were the gods truly divine, or were they flesh and blood beings, misunderstood by our ancestors, yet woven into the very fabric of our origins? If so, then the history we know is not just incomplete. It is a carefully maintained illusion designed to keep us from asking the most dangerous question of all. Who or what gave birth to human civilization? The oceans cover more than 70% of our planet, yet humanity has explored less than 10% of their depths. What lies hidden beneath the waves may be the greatest untold story of our past. For centuries, legends have spoken of lost cities swallowed by the sea: Atlantis, Lemuria, Kumari Kandam. Mainstream historians dismiss these as myths, but archaeological discoveries around the globe suggest otherwise. Perhaps the ruins of entire civilizations, advanced and forgotten, lie just beyond our reach, buried beneath the oceans that rose after the last great cataclysm. The most famous of these is Atlantis, first described by the philosopher Plato. He claimed it was a vast, advanced civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, modern-day Gibraltar, that flourished 9,000 years before his time. Atlantis was said to be technologically and architecturally superior, with concentric canals, gleaming temples, and fleets that reached across the world. Then, in a single day and night of catastrophe, it sank beneath the sea. Scholars dismiss Plato's tale as allegory, yet geological evidence shows that around 12,000 years ago, the same period as the Younger Dryas cataclysm, massive sea level rise swallowed vast areas of coastal land. Could Plato have been preserving a true memory, one passed down from survivors of a civilization destroyed by rising seas? Evidence of sunken ruins is not confined to myth. Off the coast of Japan, near Yonaguni Island, divers discovered an immense structure: terraces, steps, and platforms carved into stone. While some claim it is natural, its sharp angles and geometric precision suggest otherwise. The site may be over 10,000 years old, predating known Japanese civilization by millennia. Was Yonaguni once part of a thriving coastal city, drowned when ice melted and seas rose hundreds of feet? In India, off the coast of Gujarat, lies the submerged city of Dwarka, associated with the legendary kingdom of Lord Krishna. Archaeologists have found stone walls, streets, and artifacts that suggest a city more than 9,000 years old. If true, this rewrites Indian history entirely, pushing back the timeline of advanced civilization by thousands of years. Further south, the Tamil legends of Kumari Kandam describe a vast landmass stretching into the Indian Ocean, now lost beneath the waves. Myths say it was home to advanced culture and knowledge, later preserved in fragments by survivors. The Mediterranean too hides secrets. The city of Pavlopetri in Greece, now submerged, dates back at least 5,000 years and reveals complex urban planning. Off the coast of Egypt, divers uncovered the lost cities of Heracleon and Canopus, once vibrant centers of trade and worship, now buried beneath the Nile Delta's waters. Even in the Caribbean, whispers of sunken structures persist, such as the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, a series of massive stone blocks forming what appears to be an ancient roadway, fueling speculation that it could be linked to Atlantis. Each of these sites tells the same story: advanced settlements, once on land, now resting beneath the sea. What mainstream historians call coincidence, others see as proof of a global pattern. Civilizations flourishing during the Ice Age, only to be drowned when glaciers melted and oceans surged. If true, then the oceans today conceal entire chapters of human history, erasing evidence of cultures that may have rivaled or even surpassed ours. What makes this even more compelling is the universality of flood myths. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a flood that wiped out nearly all of humanity. The Bible's Noah, the Hindu Manu, the Aztec Coxcox, and countless other figures across world mythologies tell the same tale. The world drowned, and only a chosen few survived to repopulate the earth. These are not isolated stories. They are collective memories of a real event. And if the survivors told of cities swallowed by water, should we not take them seriously? Technology may be starting to catch up with legend. Advances in sonar scanning and underwater exploration have revealed massive anomalies on the seafloor, some resembling pyramids, walls, or roads. Off the coast of Cuba, researchers in 2001 reported finding symmetrical stone structures nearly 2,000 feet beneath the ocean. Though dismissed by some, the discovery hints that vast ruins may lie hidden in the depths, awaiting exploration. With only a fraction of the oceans mapped, the possibility that advanced civilizations rest below remains not just plausible, but likely. The implications are enormous. If we uncover undeniable proof of a civilization like Atlantis, it would shatter the accepted narrative that complex societies only emerged around 5,000 years ago. It would reveal that humanity's true history stretches back into the Ice Age, where advanced cultures thrived and fell long before Mesopotamia or Egypt. And it would force us to ask, what knowledge did they possess? Did they master energy, astronomy, or technology that has since been lost? And did survivors of these drowned civilizations seed the myths, bloodlines, and secret societies that continue to shape our world today? Perhaps this is why such discoveries remain obscure. If history admits that entire cities, advanced and ancient, lie beneath the sea, then the official narrative crumbles. Universities, textbooks, and institutions would be forced to admit that humanity is far older, far more complex, and far more advanced than they have allowed us to believe. The greatest cover-up may not be that these civilizations are lost, but that their existence is systematically denied. The ocean, vast and silent, may be the ultimate vault of forbidden archaeology. Every ruin hidden beneath the waves is a reminder that civilization is fragile, and that the world we know today may one day share the same fate. The drowned cities are not just relics of the past. They are warnings, whispering from the deep. Civilizations rise, but the sea always remembers. All throughout history, discoveries have been made that could rewrite everything we think we know about humanity's past. Yet time and again, those discoveries either vanish, are dismissed, or are locked away from public view. The pattern is too consistent to ignore. From artifacts that don't fit the accepted timeline, to ruins that suggest advanced engineering long before our textbooks allow, there seems to be a deliberate effort to keep certain truths buried. This raises a chilling question. Who is suppressing these discoveries, and why? One of the most infamous cases involves the Smithsonian Institution. For more than a century, rumors have circulated that the Smithsonian has actively hidden evidence of giant human skeletons unearthed across North America. Newspaper articles from the 1800s reported dozens of cases where skeletons, some over 7, 8, even 10 feet tall, were found in burial mounds. Yet almost all of these specimens mysteriously disappeared after being collected by authorities or museums. In 2014, a whistleblower lawsuit alleged that the Smithsonian destroyed thousands of giant skeletons to protect the mainstream evolutionary narrative. Whether or not the case was legitimate, the sheer number of accounts suggests that something is being kept from the public. Similar suppression appears around artifacts out of time. The so-called London Hammer, a hammer embedded in rock supposedly more than 100 million years old, challenges everything we know about human history. Instead of sparking serious investigation, it was dismissed as a curiosity. The Antikythera mechanism, a 2,000-year-old Greek device resembling a mechanical computer, sat in storage for decades before anyone studied it. Even then, scholars downplayed its significance, reluctant to admit the ancients possessed far more sophisticated technology than expected. Consider also the Baghdad battery, clay jars with copper cylinders and iron rods, possibly used to generate electricity over 2,000 years ago. Rather than admitting ancient people might have harnessed electrical energy, mainstream explanations relegated to mystery status, quietly avoiding further inquiry. In Turkey, the Piri Reis map of 1513 shows Antarctica free of ice, centuries before modern exploration, and perhaps millennia before it was last ice-free. Instead of rewriting history books, scholars label it coincidence. Time and again, anomalies that could expand our understanding are swept aside because they don't fit the established story. Even in modern times, archaeologists who stray from the mainstream face ridicule, career destruction, or worse. When marine archaeologists announced findings of possible city-like structures off Cuba's coast in 2001, the story briefly made headlines, then disappeared. The data was never properly followed up. In Egypt, Zahi Hawass, the powerful former head of antiquities, has long been accused of suppressing alternative theories and preventing foreign researchers from studying unexplored areas around the Sphinx and pyramids. Some say the Egyptian government is sitting on evidence of chambers, tunnels, and inscriptions that completely change what we know about the builders of Giza. Why the suppression? Some argue it is about control. If history is far older and more complex than the textbooks say, then the authority of academic institutions crumbles. Religions that base their timelines on specific origins would face upheaval. Governments would lose their grip on the narrative of progress. Others suggest a more sinister possibility, that powerful groups already know the truth about humanity's past, perhaps even using suppressed technologies for themselves, and that keeping the masses ignorant preserves their advantage. The issue isn't just lost skeletons or forgotten artifacts. It's the way the academic world responds to anyone who challenges orthodoxy. Scholars like Graham Hancock, who suggest advanced civilizations existed before the Ice Age, are labeled pseudo-archaeologists despite presenting evidence. Researchers who study elongated skulls in Peru or megaliths in Turkey face ridicule instead of open debate. This hostile environment ensures that young academics avoid controversial research, keeping the mainstream narrative safe from disruption. But despite suppression, fragments of truth continue to surface. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dating back over 11,000 years, forced historians to admit that complex societies existed long before the official dawn of civilization. For years, such an idea was ridiculed. Now it is undeniable. If one such site could survive, how many more have been ignored, destroyed, or deliberately covered up? Technology is making suppression harder. Independent explorers with sonar, drones, and 3D scanning are uncovering anomalies faster than institutions can bury them. Whistleblowers and leaked documents occasionally emerge, hinting at discoveries kept from the public eye. Even so, powerful gatekeepers remain. Museums decide which artifacts to display. Governments restrict access to sites. Funding determines which research survives. The result is a carefully filtered version of history, presented as fact, while inconvenient evidence is quietly erased. This suppression is not simply academic. It affects our sense of who we are and what we are capable of. If ancient civilizations mastered technology equal to or beyond ours, then history is not a straight line of progress, but a cycle of rise and fall. If giants once walked the earth, then humanity's origins are far more mysterious than we are told. And if artifacts reveal lost sciences, then technologies that could change the world today may be sitting in vaults, deliberately hidden. The greatest danger is not just what has been suppressed, but what suppression means, that humanity's story is not ours to know. It is curated, edited, and controlled. The cover-up is not just about the past. It is about the present and the future. For if we understood the true scope of human potential, the illusion of control would shatter. That is why discoveries vanish, why careers are destroyed, why ruins lie untouched beneath the sea and sands. And that is why the walls of suppression, though cracking, remain firmly in place. For now, throughout history, knowledge has been the most valuable currency. Empires rose and fell not just on armies or wealth, but on what secrets they possessed. Astronomy, geometry, metallurgy, navigation, even the hidden forces of energy. Those who understood these mysteries held power over those who did not. But what if the most important knowledge, the real origins of humanity, the truth about lost civilizations, the forgotten technologies of the ancients, was deliberately guarded, hidden away by secret societies that operated behind the scenes? From the shadows of antiquity to the corridors of modern power, whispers of such groups persist. The Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the Knights Templar, and countless other esoteric orders claim descent from ancient mystery schools. Their rituals, symbols, and coded architecture hint at secrets far older than their recorded origins. Some believe these groups are the inheritors of knowledge passed down from Atlantis, Lemuria, or survivors of the great cataclysms. To the outside world, They appear as fraternal brotherhoods or charitable organizations. But within their closed circles, initiates are said to receive fragments of hidden truths denied to the masses. Take the Knights Templar, for example. Officially, they were warrior monks of the Crusades, protecting pilgrims to the Holy Land. But their rapid rise in wealth and influence, their sudden downfall, and the legends of their hidden treasure suggest something deeper. Some historians believe the Templars excavated beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, uncovering ancient relics or documents that revealed secrets about humanity's past. When they were crushed by the Church, many of their members supposedly fled with this knowledge, seeding future secret societies across Europe. The Freemasons, who rose to prominence centuries later, are often linked to this hidden lineage. The Freemasons, in turn, built cathedrals, temples, and entire cities encoded with sacred geometry. Washington, D.C., Paris, London, and Rome all contain Masonic architecture aligned with celestial patterns. Their symbols, the all-seeing eye, the compass and square, the pyramid, echo ancient mysteries of Egypt and Babylon. While modern Masonry appears as a civic fraternity, esoteric researchers argue that its inner orders preserve advanced knowledge, how to harness energy, how to align human consciousness with cosmic cycles, and perhaps even the true story of human origins. Then there are the Rosicrucians, who emerged in the 17th century, claiming access to the secret wisdom of the ages. Their manifesto spoke of hidden masters guiding humanity through cycles of destruction and rebirth. Their doctrines merge alchemy, astronomy, and mysticism, hinting at a worldview in which humanity is far older, far more advanced, and far more interconnected with cosmic forces than mainstream science allows. Were they simply philosophers, or custodians of a legacy handed down since the dawn of civilization? Even older still were the mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Mesopotamia. In these institutions, initiates were taught hidden knowledge through rituals, odes, and symbolism. Ordinary citizens saw myths of gods and heroes. Initiates learned that these myths encoded cosmic and historical truths. Plato himself, who wrote about Atlantis, was a student of Egyptian mystery traditions. If the story of Atlantis was passed down through initiates, then perhaps secret societies preserved even more, fragments of history and knowledge hidden from the masses. The role of secret societies may not have been only preservation, but control. By rationing knowledge to a select few, they ensured that power remained concentrated. Imagine if the secrets of free energy, advanced mathematics, or lost technologies had been available to all. Society might develop differently, perhaps faster, perhaps freer. But for those who rule, unrestricted knowledge is dangerous. By keeping humanity ignorant of its true past, elites can control its future. Some suggest these societies are not merely human. The concept of the hidden masters, beings who dwell in remote places like the Himalayas or even beyond our world, is central to many esoteric traditions. These masters supposedly guide humanity through chosen initiates, feeding fragments of knowledge while keeping the full picture concealed. Could it be that survivors of ancient civilizations, or even non-human intelligences, work through secret societies to guard the knowledge of the past? Evidence of this control surfaces in the symbols that dominate our modern world. The pyramid and all-seeing eye on the U.S. dollar bill. The obelisks in capitals across the globe. The endless recurrence of solar, lunar, and star motifs in state seals and religious iconography. To the average citizen, these are decorative. To initiates, they are signposts, reminders of the hidden truths guiding society from the shadows. Critics will say that this is all superstition, that Freemasons are harmless, that the Templars were just bankers, that Rosicrucians were dreamers. But is it coincidence that powerful political leaders, inventors, and revolutionaries throughout history were members of these groups? George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Isaac Newton, Wolfgang von Goethe, all linked to societies that claim esoteric knowledge. If the wisest and most powerful men of history sought initiation, what secrets did they gain? The chilling possibility is that secret societies are not merely guarding knowledge, but actively shaping history. Wars, revolutions, scientific discoveries, all may be part of a larger plan, directed by those who hold the keys to humanity's forgotten past. If they possess fragments of Atlantean science, ancient technologies, or records of contact with non-human intelligences, then their influence is not just historical, It is existential. They are the gatekeepers of humanity's true origin story, deciding what we may and may not know, which raises the most important question. Are these secret societies benevolent custodians, protecting dangerous knowledge until humanity is ready? Or are they jailers, deliberately keeping humanity in ignorance to maintain their power? Either way, the result is the same. The real history of our species, our lost civilizations, our forgotten sciences, our ancient visitors, remains locked away in vaults of secrecy, guarded by symbols and oaths. And until those vaults are opened, the greatest truths of our past will remain hidden, whispered in myths, etched in forbidden ruins, and carried in the rituals of secret societies whose influence reaches further than we dare to admit. Across the ruins of the ancient world, we find traces of something that should not exist. Monuments carved from single blocks of stone weighing hundreds, even thousands of tons. Perfect drill holes in granite, cut with a precision rivaling modern diamond tools. Maps that chart the earth with accuracy only possible from the sky. Artifacts that look suspiciously like machines, batteries, or even flying devices. For centuries, scholars have struggled to explain these anomalies, often dismissing them as coincidence, primitive ingenuity, or sheer luck. But what if they're the fingerprints of lost technology, remnants of an advanced science that existed long before recorded history? Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza. Mainstream Egyptology insists it was a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu, built with copper tools, ropes, and manpower. Yet the pyramid geometry encodes astonishing knowledge. The dimensions reflect the ratio of Earth's circumference, the length of its year, and even the value of pi. Its alignment to true north is more precise than many modern structures. Inside, narrow shafts point directly to specific stars. How could a primitive Bronze Age society achieve such perfection without advanced surveying instruments, astronomy, and perhaps technologies we no longer possess? Some researchers suggest the pyramid was not a tomb at all, but machine, a massive energy generator, harmonized with Earth's natural frequencies. Nearby, the so-called unfinished obelisk at Aswan reveals another mystery. This single block of granite, weighing over 1,000 tons, was partially quarried before cracks halted its completion. The tool marks left behind suggest a cutting method far more advanced than copper chisels. In fact, the smoothness and precision resemble modern high-speed drills. Egypt is not alone in this. In Peru, at sites like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, walls are built with interlocking stones weighing up to 200 tons, fitted together with such precision that even a razor blade cannot slide between them. Some blocks have multiple angles, curves, and complex cuts that would challenge modern machines. Yet we are told they were made with stone hammers. At Pumapunku in Bolivia, the mystery deepens. Enormous stone blocks with perfectly drilled holes and machine-like grooves lie scattered as if shattered by a cataclysm. Some weigh over 100 tons and show evidence of stone being cut, as if it were butter, using techniques that even today would require diamond-tipped tools. How could a supposedly primitive culture accomplish this? The evidence suggests a mastery of stoneworking technology that has been lost to time. Artifacts, too, hint at forgotten sciences. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq, looks remarkably like a simple galvanic cell, a primitive battery. If it was used for electroplating metals or other experiments, then ancient Mesopotamians were dabbling in electricity 2,000 years ago. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off Greece, is even more astonishing. This bronze device, over 2,000 years old, is a mechanical computer that could predict planetary positions, eclipses, and celestial cycles with incredible accuracy. For decades it was ignored, too advanced to fit the narrative of ancient Greece. Today, we know it represents technology that should not have existed until the Renaissance. Then there are the enigmatic artifacts that defy classification. In Colombia, golden figurines dating back thousands of years depict what look like airplanes, complete with wings, tails, and rudders. Were these symbolic representations of animals or miniature models of flying machines? In India's Vedic texts, descriptions of vimanas, flying chariots powered by Mercury engines, sound eerily like aircraft. Ancient carvings in Egypt and Mesoamerica show objects resembling helicopters, rockets, and astronauts. Are these coincidences of imagination or memories of technologies that once took to the skies? evidence of ancient high-tech engineering also appears in construction techniques. Roman concrete, still standing strong after 2 millennia, has only recently been replicated by modern science. In South America, researchers have speculated that ancient builders may have used plant-based chemicals to temporarily soften stone, making it malleable enough to mold. If true, this lost science would explain how enormous blocks were shaped and fitted with such precision. Perhaps the most tantalizing suggestion is that ancient civilizations understood and harnessed forms of energy we are only beginning to rediscover. Nikola Tesla once proposed that the Earth itself could transmit wireless energy, a theory echoed by claims that megalithic structures like Stonehenge and the pyramids were not ceremonial but functional, part of a global energy grid. Were these monuments not just religious, but technological, amplifiers of natural forces, connecting humanity to the planet and cosmos in ways we no longer comprehend? Skeptics argue these interpretations stretch the evidence that humans with enough time and labor can achieve remarkable feats. But the problem is not whether it was possible. It is that these feats appear across the globe, in cultures separated by oceans, all pushing the limits of what is thought possible. The same precision stonework, the same celestial alignments, the same echoes of advanced knowledge appear in Egypt, Peru, Turkey, Easter Island, and beyond. Did these cultures all independently stumble upon the same lost sciences, or were they inheritors of knowledge from an older, global civilization? If ancient technology once existed, why was it lost? The answer may lie in cataclysm. A sudden disaster, like the Younger Dryas event, when comets or solar outbursts devastated the planet around 12,000 years ago, could have destroyed the centers of knowledge, leaving scattered survivors who preserved fragments in myth and ritual. Over generations, those fragments became distorted, remembered as miracles or gifts of the gods. The technology faded, but the stories endured. Today, we stand on the edge of rediscovery. Laser scanning, DNA research, and advanced archaeology are uncovering evidence that cannot be explained by the old models. And as we piece together these puzzles, one truth becomes harder to deny. The ancients may have been far more advanced than we have ever admitted. Perhaps even more advanced, in some ways, than we are today. If that is true, then our story is not one of linear progress from primitive to modern. It is a cycle of rise, mastery, and collapse. And hidden within the ruins of the past may be the keys to a future we have yet to imagine. Throughout every culture, in every corner of the world, there echoes a story of sudden destruction, a great flood, a fire from the skies, the earth shaking violently, the heavens darkening, civilizations wiped away in a moment. These are not just legends. They are memories, fragments of shared trauma etched into the collective mind of humanity. And modern science is beginning to uncover evidence that these myths describe a real event, a cataclysm so devastating that it reset the course of human history. The timeline points us to around 12,800 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, the period known as the Younger Dryas. For thousands of years, the Earth had been warming steadily as glaciers retreated. Then, abruptly, temperatures plummeted. Megafauna like mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed cats vanished. Human populations collapsed. What could have caused such sudden chaos? One leading theory is that fragments of a massive comet struck the Earth, or exploded in the atmosphere, raining fire across continents. The evidence is staggering. A thin layer of black sediment, known as the Younger Dryas boundary layer, has been found across North America, Europe, and beyond. This layer contains nanodiamonds, microspherules, and shock quartz, all markers of an extraterrestrial impact. It also coincides exactly with the extinction of countless species and the destruction of early human settlements. Another possibility is a solar outburst, a violent storm of plasma from the sun that scorched the Earth, ignited massive wildfires, and destabilized global climate. Some researchers argue that ancient petroglyphs across the world depict strange plasma formations in the sky, suggesting our ancestors witnessed cosmic events of unimaginable scale. Whatever the cause, the effect was the same: catastrophic flooding. As ice sheets melted rapidly, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet. Vast tracts of land vanished beneath the oceans. Entire coastlines were redrawn. Cities, if they existed along those ancient shores, would now lie drowned. This explains why so many myths, From Noah's Ark to the flood of Manu in India, from Utnapishtim in Mesopotamia to Coxcox to the Aztecs, speak of a deluge that wiped the slate clean. The survivors of this event carried their memories forward as myth. Plato's tale of Atlantis, destroyed in a single day and night of misfortune, fits perfectly into this global catastrophe. The Egyptian priest who told him the story claimed it happened 9,000 years before his time, a date that aligns precisely with the Younger Dryas event. Could Atlantis have been one of the advanced civilizations lost in the flood, remembered not as allegory, but as history? Archaeological sites provide further clues. At Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the world's oldest known megalithic temple, the carvings on its pillars seem to encode astronomical events, possibly even a record of the cataclysm. Researchers have interpreted one pillar, the so-called Vulture Stone, as depicting a comet strike around 10,900 BCE, matching the Younger Dryas impact theory. If true, this means the builders of Göbekli Tepe not only survived the disaster, but sought to immortalize it in stone. What makes this so profound is the timing. Before the Younger Dryas, there may have been flourishing civilizations, cultures with advanced knowledge technologies and global networks. The cataclysm erased them almost overnight, leaving only scattered survivors. These survivors became the civilizing gods of myth, bringing fragments of lost knowledge to places like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Andes. Humanity's so-called sudden leap into civilization was not a beginning, but a recovery. This resets our understanding of history itself. Rather than a steady climb from caves to cities, humanity's story may be one of cycles: growth, mastery, destruction, and rebirth. We are not the pinnacle of progress, but merely the latest iteration after countless resets. If advanced civilizations fell once, what prevents it from happening again? The chilling truth is that we may not be immune. Modern science warns of threats eerily similar to those faced by our ancestors: asteroid impacts, solar storms, climate collapse. The very forces that reset history before it could do so again in our lifetime. And perhaps, deep down, this is why the cover-up exists. Admitting that advanced civilizations once fell to cosmic catastrophe would shatter the illusion of safety. It would reveal how fragile we truly are. But some argue the survivors of that great cataclysm did more than rebuild. They guarded knowledge. They encoded warnings and myths in sacred texts, in megaliths aligned to the stars. Perhaps they wanted us to remember, to prepare, to break the cycle of forgetting. The pyramids, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, could these be more than monuments? Could they be markers, part of a global system designed to withstand the flood of time and remind us of what came before? If so, then the cover-up is not just about the past, but the future. For if humanity knew how fragile civilization truly is, how easily it can be wiped away, our priorities would change. We might focus less on conquest and profit, and more on resilience, knowledge, and survival. Instead, the truth remains hidden, locked behind the myths we are told are mere stories. But stories have power, and when enough fragments are pieced together, the illusion of history begins to crack. The Great Cataclysm was not the end of the story, but the turning point. It explains why so much knowledge appears suddenly, why so many myths speak the same language, and why humanity carries a deep, unconscious memory of fear when looking at the stars. We have lived through apocalypse before, and we may live through it again. The reset of humanity is not just history. It is a warning. The question is, will we listen? For centuries, humanity has lived under the comforting illusion that progress is permanent, that our technological age guarantees our survival. We imagine ourselves immune to catastrophes that erase civilizations in the past. But as we dig deeper into both history and science, a chilling realization emerges. The very same forces that once reset humanity are stirring again. The question is no longer if, it is when. Consider the growing concern among scientists about asteroid and comet threats. NASA's own Planetary Defense Coordination Office tracks thousands of near-Earth objects, any one which could unleash devastation equal to or greater than the cataclysm 12,800 years ago. Some are small enough to escape detection until it's too late. The Tunguska event in 1908, which flattened 80 million trees across Iberia, was caused by an object estimated to be just 60 meters wide. Imagine what a fragment a mile across could do if it struck today. Even more alarming, Ancient myths may not only describe what happened before, but what is destined to happen again. Cultures from the Maya to the Hindu traditions speak of cycles of destruction and renewal tied to cosmic events. The Hopi of North America warn of successive worlds that end in fire, flood, or ice before beginning anew. These stories may not be prophecy in the mystical sense, but warnings rooted in memory, passed down through generations, so we would not forget. But how much have we forgotten? Our ancestors watched the skies with a vigilance we have lost. They built megalithic observatories, aligned monuments to solstices, and encoded astronomical knowledge into myths. Today, despite our telescopes and satellites, we remain vulnerable. A single unexpected impact could plunge modern civilization into chaos, erasing electricity, transportation, and food supplies within days. Just as before, survivors might one day speak of us as a lost age of wonders, an Atlantis of the 21st century. It isn't only celestial threats that mirror the past. The climate instability that accompanied the Younger Dryas cataclysm has eerie parallels with what scientists now warn is unfolding again. Rising seas threaten coastal cities. Strange weather extremes batter crops and infrastructure. Ancient flood myths may be surfacing as a grim reminder of what happens when the delicate balance of Earth's systems collapses. In some ways, we are reliving the trauma encoded in myth, only this time on a global interconnected scale. Then there is the specter of solar storms. Modern civilization is utterly dependent on satellites, power grids, and digital communications. Yet, every 100 to 150 years, the sun unleashes massive bursts of energy known as Carrington-level events. The last major one, in 1859, caused telegraph systems to spark and fail. If a similar outburst struck today, experts estimate it could fry power grids worldwide, disabling technology for years. Ancient petroglyphs depicting strange patterns in the sky may not be art at all, but eyewitness accounts of plasma discharges during such solar storms. Once again, the warnings of the past echo into our present. Even nuclear technology add a new dimension to the threat of civilizational reset. Archaeologists once puzzle over traces of vitrified stone in ancient ruins, surfaces melted as if by intense heat. While many explanations have been offered, some theorists whisper of forgotten technologies and ancient wars. Whether or not that's true, the fact remains, we now wield the power to destroy ourselves in ways our ancestors could scarcely imagine. But perhaps they too faced dangers of their own, ones they encoded as myth, so their descendants might avoid repeating the same mistakes. This brings us to the most unsettling possibility. What if resets are not accidents, but inevitabilities? Just as forests require fire to regenerate, perhaps civilizations rise and fall in recurring cycles. Some researchers suggest this cycle may be written in the stars, governed by astronomical patterns, such as Earth's precession, cometary orbits, or galactic alignments. If that's true, then we are not simply bystanders. We are participants in a cosmic rhythm far larger than we can control. And the signs are mounting. The same signs our ancestors once saw. Rising seas, shifting skies, disruptive climate, growing instability in human societies. Ancient myths tell us what happens when arrogance blinds civilizations to fragility of their world. The pattern is clear. When humans believe themselves untouchable, fate intervenes. So why is this knowledge suppressed? Why are we told these are just myths, just stories, just coincidences? Perhaps because those who control the narrative fear what would happen if the masses understood the truth. Panic, rebellion, or rejection of the fragile systems that hold society together. Or perhaps, more disturbingly, because some already know another reset is inevitable and they are preparing quietly while the rest of us remain distracted. Underground bunkers, seed vaults, private off-world ventures. Are these the modern arcs of survival? If history is cyclical, then we stand at the threshold of another great turning. The echo of past cataclysms grows louder with each passing year. The question is whether we will meet it blindly, as those before us did, or whether we can finally break the cycle. Humanity has advanced far, but advancement means nothing if it ends in silence. The greatest cover-up in history is not only about what happened long ago, but about what looms ahead. By denying the past, we blind ourselves to the future. And perhaps that is why the cracks in the narrative are beginning to show. People are waking up, rediscovering the ancient warnings, connecting the dots between myth and science. The truth is rising to the surface, just as the floodwaters once did. The final choice lies with us. Repeat the cycle and fall, or heed the warnings and survive. The echoes of the past grow louder. Are we listening? Human history is not what we were taught in classrooms. The neat timelines, the tidy stories of progress from cavemen to kings to space explorers. They are illusions. They are fragments of a much larger story, one deliberately hidden, erased, or suppressed. As we peel back the layers, one truth becomes undeniable. Humanity has lived through cycles of rise and fall, creation and destruction, light and darkness. What we call history is not the beginning. It is a recovery. Across this journey, we've uncovered ancient maps showing lands that should not exist, temples built with impossible precision, myths that tell the same story from opposite ends of the globe, and evidence of a global catastrophe that reset civilization. Piece by piece, a picture emerges, not of primitive ancestors stumbling into greatness, but survivors carrying fragments of knowledge from a forgotten golden age. Why, then, has this truth been buried? Why have scholars dismissed myths as fantasies, ruins as coincidence, and anomalies as mistakes? Perhaps because admitting the truth would shatter the foundation of our worldview. If advanced civilizations existed before us, then history is not linear. It is cyclical. And if it is cyclical, then what happened to them can and will happen again. This is the greatest cover-up in history. Not simply the hiding of artifacts or the silencing of dissenting voices, but the erasure of our collective memory. To control history is to control identity. If we are told we are the first, the greatest, the pinnacle, then we remain blind to the fragility of our position. But if we awaken to the reality that others came before us, greater perhaps in wisdom, if not in technology, then we are forced to confront our mortality as a civilization. And yet, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. Just as buried ruins eventually rise from the sands, just as drowned cities are glimpsed beneath the waves, the past is a way of resurfacing. The cracks in the official story are widening. Göbekli Tepe shattered the narrative of when civilization began. Underwater structures hint at lost cities. The younger Dryas boundary layer screams of cosmic disaster. Myths once dismissed as fairy tales aligned with scientific data. The cover-up is crumbling. So what does this mean for us, for humanity, standing at the crossroad of past and future? First, it means humility. We are not the masters of history, nor the inevitable endpoint of progress. We are one chapter in a much older book. Our arrogance blinds us to the lessons of the past. Civilizations that thought themselves eternal vanished overnight. We must recognize that survival is not guaranteed, and progress is not permanent. Second, it means responsibility. If the ancients left us warnings in stone and myth in sacred texts, then ignoring them is not only foolish, but dangerous. The floods, the fires, the cosmic strikes, these are not abstract possibilities. They are realities that have happened before and will happen again. Our duty is to learn, to prepare, and to pass on this knowledge, so that the cycle may one day be broken. Third, it means possibility. If advanced civilizations existed before us, then the human potential is far greater than we imagine. We may not be inventing for the first time, but rediscovering, piecing together fragments of a lost legacy. The builders of megaliths, the navigators of impossible maps, the keepers of cosmic knowledge. Their achievements hint at a human story far more extraordinary than textbooks allow. To embrace this is to reclaim not only our past, but our future. And finally, it means urgency. The signs of another reset are already visible. Rising seas threaten our coastlines, just as they did at the end of the last ice age. The skies carry the same dangers, comets, solar storms, asteroids, that once leveled worlds. Our own hubris adds new threats. Nuclear fire, engineered plagues, technology we cannot yet control. The cycle turns, and we are not immune. But here lies the difference. We have a choice. Unlike those before us, who faced a cataclysm with stone tools or fledgling cities, we have knowledge. We can track the skies, measure the climate, store seeds, preserve data. We can listen to the warnings of the past and act rather than dismiss them as myths. The cover-up may have delayed our awakening, but now, as the illusion fades, we stand at the edge of decision. The real question is not whether the cycle will come again. It is whether we will survive it, or whether we, too, will become a lost chapter, remembered only as myth. Will future generations whisper of us as a people who reach for the stars but drown in their own arrogance? Or will we be the first civilization to break the cycle, to carry knowledge through the storm, to ensure that humanity's story continues unbroken? Look again at the ancient myths, and you will see not only warnings, but hope. In every story of destruction, there are survivors. In every flood, there's an ark. In every fire, a rebirth. Humanity endures. Perhaps this is the most important truth of all. No matter how many resets we have endured, no matter how much we have lost, we remain. And in remaining, we have the chance to remember, to learn, and to rise again. This is why the greatest cover-up is failing. Because truth cannot be buried forever. Because a memory of what we once were and what we could be again is written into our DNA, carved into stone, whispered in myth. And because, at the deepest level, we already know, when we stand before the pyramids or gaze upon the ruins of forgotten temples, something inside us stirs, a recognition, a memory, a voice that says, we have been here before. The biggest cover-up in history is not just about the past. It is about the present. It is about the future. It is about the cycle we are trapped in and whether we will allow it to claim us once more. The cracks in the narrative are growing wider. The evidence is too vast, the myths too consistent, the coincidences too great. The illusion is breaking, the truth is rising, and now the choice is ours. Do we look away, clinging to comfortable lies? Or do we face the storm, armed with knowledge, determined to survive where others fell? History is crumbling. The cover-up is collapsing. What remains is a decision that only we can make. And perhaps, just perhaps, that is why you are here, watching, listening, searching. The past is calling. The future is waiting. The cycle is turning. The question is, will this be humanity's final reset, or the first time we finally break free?